Руки нам потрібні.
Йдете по центральному дорозі, де люди. Йдете прямо, там реально сходите з трамвайної колії і йдете прямо. Тобто ви будете бачити вулицю от прямо, але треба буде так від'ємно. Понятно? Так, ну, переписи, тебе готові. До поліції, до поставки. Оце, вулиця буде прямо, там не так. Але треба
What are you waiting for?
No, we are doing it now live. You can go to the car and see. No, check. Oh, the picture. Open the side door.
I understand. bye to his relatives, his wife. Others say he is journalist too, and he will come to us and help communication. Some women have special books about extraterrestrials, right?
Інформація, наступний поїзди на Шемишей о 19:55, увага, та 23:00, це вже підтверджена інформація. Ну і звісно, що є ще можливі зміни. Останнього це 12 година ночі та 40 хвилин, тобто за 20 хвилин перша, але ще можуть бути зміни. Отож, друзі, наступні поїзди на Шемиші 19:55 це підтверджена інформація, 23:00 також підтверджена інформація, та 00:40 хвилин це ще можуть бути зміни. Також, друзі, автобуси до арени Львів відправляються з приміського ЖД вокзалу. Саме там, друзі, ви можете вже у водіїв на місці розпитатися і знайти цей автобус. Приміський вокзал, друзі, це якщо йти по головній площі Двірцева, він буде знаходитися по правій стороні. Це недалеко. Тож наступний поєдинок Шемошин, друзі, 19:55 це підтверджена вже інформація. Також 23:00 підтверджена інформація. Та 00:40 хвилин це ще можуть бути зміни. Тому будьте уважні. І нагадуємо, що о 23:00 стартує вже комендантська година. До цього часу дуже бажано вам всім знайти для себе ночівлю та безпечне місце. Не забувайте, що є ще на вокзалі у нас великі такі баки, де можна трішки зігрітися саме вогнем. Там більшість людей знаходиться, то якщо у вас немає сьогодні де переночувати, так, знайти собі безпечне місце, то, будь ласка, підтягуйтеся поближче до головного входу на вокзал, хоча б там зігрієтеся. Бережіть себе.
So we have to walk to the edge. But the other day, I just ended up walking all the way.
Это долгая мука будет, поверь мне. Это вам неудобно.
Шановні друзі, нагадуємо, що на вокзалі у нас функціонує величезна кількість допоміжних локацій, а саме Червоний Хрест. Спеціальні автобуси до обласного пункту реєстрації будуть відбувати від приміського вокзалу. Також поїзди на Польщу відбувають з 5-ї колії. Медпункти та психологи знаходяться всередині вокзалу. Також там ви зможете знайти гуманітарну допомогу, гаряче харчування, дитячу кімнату матері і дитини у вокзалі номер 5, вхід з 1-го поверху, а також їжа, гарячий чай, вода, а також зарядка телефонів. Також автобуси на Польщу платні розміщені при виході з вокзалу з лівої сторони, а безкоштовні прямо і трошки правіше від центрального входу в вокзал.
Один-два раз. Один-два. Один-два раз. Oh! Check the sound. Oh! Yeah!
Також, друзі, у нас є актуальна інформація по поїздах на Пшемиша. Сьогодні один з останніх буде о 19 годині 55 хвилин. Це підтверджена інформація по відправці цього потяга. Також наступний буде о 23 годині. І останній на сьогодні у 0 годин 40 хвилин. По ньому можливі зміни, так що слідкуйте за розкладом у центральному залі вокзалу на центральному табло.
Продублюємо, друзі, цю інформацію. Тож нагадуємо, що наступні поїзди на Пшемишель о 19:55. Це вже підтверджена інформація. Також о 23:00. Нагадуємо, це поїзди на Пшемишель. Також підтверджено. І 00:40 хвилин можливі зміни за деталями, щоб не прогавити цей шанс. Слідкуйте, будь ласка, на таблі, який знаходиться на залізнодорожньому вокзалі. Нагадуємо, друзі, що о 22:00 стартує вже комендантський час, комендантська година, тому просимо вас усіх максимально постаратися знайти до цієї години для себе безпечне місце для ночівлі. Якщо ж не трапилось так, як ви хотіли, і ви залишаєтеся тут, на території залізнодорожнього вокзалу, то біля головного входу там є великі баки з вогнищем, де можна зігрітися, ну і образно, де будуть і збиратися усі люди, котрі не встигли подбати про свою ночівлю, не встигли подбати про безпечне місце. Будьте обережні, зберігайте спокій і пам'ятайте, люди, щастя всюди. Слава Україні!
Đi xin chăn đi, cái chăn của bố xem nào.
Это медиа Шевченко, Адюка.
Мне интересно, сколько ЛВ будет платить за тот, потому что если там будет платить ЛВ, мне будет это же всем приятно.
Yok be, o şov olsun diye şey. İsraillerin şeyi.
Будь ласка, я звертаюся до всіх, хто знаходиться по праву сторону від мене. Зробіть правильний, людський, нормальний коридор, чергу. Волонтери заносять гуманітарну допомогу. Їм необхідний коридор. Дорогу, будь ласка, дайте волонтерам. Або допомагайте їм. Дорогу волонтерам, будь ласка, зробіть дорогу, бо я буду допомагати зараз особисто. Я звертаюся до інтернаціональної публіки. Будь ласка, зробіть нормальну людську українську чергу. Повірте мені, що всім яблук вистачить.
Ви трішечки всі українці. Я думаю, що у вас дуже багато питань до мене чи до нас. Але мені здається, що всі відповіді вони є, всі відповіді ви бачите на вулицях. Всі відповіді ви можете отримати не з новостей чи засобів масової інформації, тих чи інших. Я думаю, що все бажано бачити, щупати, як то кажуть, руками, виїхати на вулицю, побачити блокпости, побачити постріли, результати бомбардування, бути на блокпостах, побачити, які у нас люди міцні, яка у нас територіальна оборона. І навіть коли є постріли, ви можете запитати наших людей, наших жіночок, чоловіків, що, наприклад, вам хочеться поїсти або попити, і навіть під обстрілами вам завжди винесуть води, винесуть їжу. Ось чому я так міцно і впевнено разом з військовими і з усім народом захищаємо нашу державу. Бо у нас особлива держава і дуже особливі люди. І я б не хотів би, щоб було знищення їх. Я б хотів би, щоб вони всі залишились. І не тільки в історіях. Бо я не хотів би історію про Україну як легенду про 300 спартанців. Я не хочу цього. Я бажаю миру і хочу, щоб він настав в моїй державі. Ми на своїй землі готові до будь-чого і точно готові до ваших запитань. Поїхали.
Пане президенте, ABC News, дякую за те, що сьогодні з нами. У мене два питання. Перше, ви трошки сповільнили їхнє просунення, але проте вони просуваються до основних міст. Як ви оцінюєте, наскільки це може зайняти на полі бою? І які червоні лінії в плані переговорів? Які? Що є прийнятним для вас? Чи це демілітаризація, чи це визнання ДНР, ЛНР на Сході, Криму? Які ваші червоні лінії? Стільки...
Only one.
Your voice is fading.
I think nobody who is here.
Думаю, що навіть ніхто із тих, хто тут знаходиться, не знає прямих, точних майбутніх, точних відповідей на ці питання.
Російська армія в рази більше. Російська армія більше не в 2 рази, не в 3, а чисельність сьогодні щодо танкових там атак або чисельність військових – це в 5-10 разів. Російську армію, особисто людей, ніхто не рахує, скільки їх помирає під обстрілами цієї війни. А ви знаєте, що вони з собою привезли крематорії? Так, вони просто з собою привезли крематорії. Тобто вони заздалегідь не збираються показувати їх сім'ям, їх матерям, не збираються показувати, що їх діти тут загинули, що їх вбили, що вони сюди прийшли вбивати нас, і ми оборонимо нас, нашу свободу, наші домівки, і тому вони вмирають. Ми не хочемо їх вбивати. Чому наші беруть їх в полон, а потім наші лікарі їх лікують? Хоча вчора ще наші лікарі спасали наших хлопців, які померли від ран, від цих же людей. Але все одно ці лікарі, бо вони є лікарі, в них перш за все людяність, а потім вже помста. І це є реальність різниці між тим, хто просто посилає м'ясо. М'ясо, і тому він взяв крематорії з собою. Ці люди привозять крематорії. Ці хлопці несуть ці крематорії, вони розуміють, що вони несуть щось для себе. Це жах просто. Це я навіть не розумію, що це за людина, яка може планувати такі акти. Це і є акти геноциду і нацизму. І мені соромно, що у нас сьогодні 22-й рік, 21-е сторіччя, мені соромно, що сьогодні є такі акти, які говорять, що забудьте про будь-які майя, тощо, що є апокаліпсис, що є кінець світу вже стався. Якщо ми не можемо зупинити такі кроки, це і є кінець світу. Тому цього світу і кінець світу для таких людей. Питання в тому, що саме ми є тим парканом між нецивілізацією і цивілізацією. Я не відрізаю народ Росії, звичайних людей. Вони такі самі люди, але різниця в тому, що вони бояться вийти на вулицю, сказати своєму президенту, так як мені кажуть. Як мені кажуть, як коли люди незадоволені кроками, вони підходять сюди, вони підходили на Банкову офіс, вони були демонстрації, вони казали, нам це не підходить, ми не задоволені деякими податковими змінами тощо. Так це нормально. Це нормально. Вони ж тебе обрали, щоб мати доступ до тебе. Це не ти не цар. Ти не отримав цю владу від когось там. Так не було, ти не монарх. Це демократія. Ти президент, тебе обрав народ, і, будь ласка, ти СЕО держави. СЕО. Не тиран, не фюрер, не будь-хто. Ти СЕО, ти менеджер своєї держави, який повинен зробити все, щоб твоя держава, як будь-яка компанія, була успішною. Пишались твоєю компанією, знали у всьому світу цю компанію, ось що таке держава. Тому що ми робимо? Ми боронимо свою державу і своїх людей. Якщо б я не був президентом, я б сьогодні був в територіальній обороні. І може я стріляю не краще інших, я впевнений в цьому, бо я людина миру, так вийшло. Так вийшло, що я сьогодні гарант не просто Конституції, а цих людей, мого народу. Ось і все, так вийшло. І ось, якщо б я не був президентом, я б там в територіальній обороні, я б не знаю, я б давав би харчі, стріляв би, допомагав би. Я б робив те, що б мені казали. Але якщо б мені сказали ультиматум, ти повинен скласти зброю, перейти на інший бік, я б це не зробив. Яким би я воїном не був. Ось в чому різниця, тому що ми тут, ми захищаємо просто своє. Подивіться, ми нічого не забираємо. І тому дуже хочеться, щоб російські матері, які відправили цих хлопців 18-19 років, мені 45-й рік, у мене донька такого віку. Це жахливо. Я не можу навіть уявити собі, що це майже ті хлопці, вони можуть бути моїми дітьми. Або дітьми таких людей, як я, мого покоління. І вони прийшли. Я хочу, щоб ці матері зрозуміли, вони приїхали і забрали. І навіть ті хлопці, які загинули вже тут, загинуло їх багато. І навіть зараз. Я би не хотів, щоб вони в крематорії залишили, і їх матері не будуть навіть знати, за що, чому і де. І це неправильно. Це не по-людськи, бо Бог єдиний. Навіть якщо тебе послали, і ти вирішив вбивати інших людей, тебе судити повинен Бог, а не крематорій. Ось про що. Нехай вони приїжджають сюди. Ми відкриємо, будь ласка, всім доступ цим матерям. Нехай вони приїдуть і заберуть своїх дітей. Тому я не знаю, скільки, я не знаю. Ми не тримаємось з точки зору часу. Ми не тримаємось з точки зору часу, ми тримаємось з точки зору просто нас. Ми захищаємо, тому що це наша робота. Просто це наша робота. От і все. Ось і все. І робота, яка перейшла в збереження просто нашого життя, нашої історії, нашої сім'ї. Ось і все. Це просто ганьба, якщо у тебе немає можливості мати своє життя і вирішувати собі, що ти можеш робити, що не можеш. Бо це і є, мені здається, життя, зміст його, це і є зміст свободи.
Mr. President, there is reports that Wagner Group, that
Президенте, є повідомлення про те, що вагнерівці хочуть вас знищити. Чи ви цього боїтеся? І друге, що може Німеччина, Європа зробити? Що може зробити Олаф Шольц зараз прямо для того, щоб ви перемогли в цій війні?
І як будь-яка жива людина, ми всі хочемо жити. І я вважаю, що якщо та чи інша людина не боїться втратити життя своє чи життя своїх дітей, я вважаю, що це нездорова людина. І тому, коли ти відправляєш когось на війну, як це зараз там відбувається, в іншій державі, і ти не думаєш про те, що ці люди забирають життя або можуть загинути, і ти цього не боїшся, у тебе немає з цього приводу емоцій, я вважаю, що це ненормально. Абсолютно. Тому я, як будь-яка людина, боюсь за життя своїх близьких. Що стосується мого життя, я президент країни. І я просто не маю права на це. І навіть якщо це є у мене в душі, всередині, в тих чи інших моментах, і я відчуваю так само біль, як кожен із вас. Що стосується, тому ми боїмось за своїх близьких. І дуже боїмось, правда, втратити те, де ми живемо. І я боюсь, напевне, уявити собі, що у мене немає держави, і ти кажеш, тебе запитують, ти звідки, а ти кажеш, ну, такої країни немає. Я боюсь про це. Я боюсь про це, що ми залишаємо нашим наступним поколінням. Ось про це я боюсь. І що стосується світу, світ повинен знати, це, дивіться, питання не в Шольці, чи питання не в Байдені, в Макроні, в інших лідерах світу. Питання в тому, що ми дуже багато разів говорили, що Україні потрібні гарантії безпеки. І я це говорив з самого початку, коли я став президентом України. Якщо ви не покажете, що ви міцний союз, будь то НАТО або будь то Європейський Союз, цінності, цілі все одно однакові. Це безпека, це економічні союзи, там, і тощо, культурні. Але ви повинні сказати, що це є такий світ, є об'єднання цінностей. І якщо ви не будете захищати свої союзи, їх не стане. Це зараз і відбувається. Я про це говорив відверто, я говорив про НАТО. Я вважаю, що якщо ви не будете дуже потужно захищати держави свого альянсу, в перемовах, в санкціях, відповідати на будь-які погрози, бути дуже вирішальними. Що це був за тиск? Коли це був тиск на країни Альянсу, коли була з Білорусі міграційна, пам'ятаєте, криза, вони тиснули на кордони з Литвою і на кордонах з Польщею. Яка була відповідь країн Альянсу? Яка? Треба почекати. Почекати на що? Я не кажу, що треба воювати. Не треба воювати. Потужність того чи іншого альянсу в тому, що немає допущення війни, що ти настільки міцний, настільки, що ти можеш сісти за стіл перемовин, сказати ось такі пункти, і по-іншому не може бути, тому що у всіх є рівні права. Маленька така держава або імперія, у всіх однакові права. В цьому і є сенс тих чи інших альянсів. І слабкість була слабкість через те, що проволоку нас замовляли і просили допомогти Литва, проволоку для кордону. Який це альянс? Про яку потужність ми говоримо? Про яку однаковість правил? Ось в чому проблема. І так само із Європою, так само і те, що відбувається з Україною. Коли ми говорили про Північний потік-2, я запевняв усіх тих лідерів, про яких говорите ви. І президента Сполучених Штатів. Ми говорили, що ціни не будуть компромісних. Ніякого ринку не буде. Буде збільшення ціни. Для того потім, щоб стати монополістом через запуск Pipeline 2. І після цього виключення буде України. Не буде через Україну ніяких альтернатив. І потім, коли виключать Україну, це та сама енергетична зброя для того, щоб тиснути на Україну і знов вести потужну, ескалаційну риторику, та, яка зараз відбувається. Скласти зброю. Армія повинна стати на коліна, підняти руки, визнати все, що... Це початок. Що буде далі, якщо Україна не зупинить все це, і якщо весь світ не об'єднається навколо рішучості України. І я хочу подякувати тим країнам, які зараз нас підтримують, передають зброю. Це правда, ми вдячні. Я вважаю, що запізно. Це запізно, тому що ми віддали оцей термін, коли ми говорили і просили, і коли це відбувається, цей термін коштує тисячі життів українців. От така вона ціна. І це абсолютно правда. І далі, те, що ми можемо побачити, це через міцність цих союзів. Після України, якщо нас не станеться, не дай Боже, далі буде Латвія. Запам'ятайте нашу зустріч. Латвія, Литва, Естонія, Молдова. Далі буде Грузія, далі буде Польща. І так будуть вони йти до Берлінської стіни. Повірте мені, повинен світ показувати свою міцність, не воюючи, не втрачаючи людей. Бо міцність – це дипломатія. І зараз серйозні санкції, мені здається, що це був правильний початок. Відповідь.
Thank you, sir.
No-fly zone. Do you ask for
No fly zone. Yes, I will answer this question. I'm sorry. Yeah. About non-fly zone. Важливіший крок для нас – це запровадження закриття неба над Україною через постійне бомбардування немілітаризованої інфраструктури, все це брехня. І ви можете вийти і побачити, ви вже бачите, Успенський собор, і в чому, знаєте, така трагічна іронія. Президент Російської Федерації сказав, що дуже багато викликів націоналізму, що ми придушуємо, маємо на увазі Україна, що одна церква придушує свободу іншої церкви, а саме говорив про Московський патріархат. І я говорив тоді, що у нас багато різних церков, і всі вони рівні, і немає особливих відносин до тієї чи іншої церкви. І ось вам відповідь. Бомбардування вчора, сьогодні я вже сплутаю дні, бомбардування біля Успенського собору. Російська бомба випущена на церкву Московського патріархата. Ось так він захищає свою церкву, про яку він каже, що вона їх. Хоча я вважаю, що вони всі українські. Тобто бомбардування, там повилітали всі вікна, я не знаю, жертви, зараз не знаю, у мене немає статистики, але ось вам відповідь, чому цинізм. І так само, як Бабин Яр вчора. Просто 5 людей згоріло, тому що вони йшли в Бабин Яр. Це просто не смішно. Там більше 100 тисяч загинуло, і там були євреї, там були українці, там було багато різних меншин в ті часи, тому що це був акт геноциду і акт нацизму. І зараз вони бомбардування цього меморіалу. 5 цивільних людей, просто вся сім'я загинула. Загинули люди, дорослі, діти, все одно. Вони кажуть, вони не попали в якусь військову інфраструктуру. Як це можна сприймати? І тому щоденно, сьогодні вночі, ви знаєте, що було бомбардування Києва і інших міст. Бомбардування Києва, 3 бомби, і вони в центрі впали. І тому, а вже ж, і Харків, ви бачили, що відбувалося в Харкові і сьогодні, і вчора, і позавчора, і так само в інших містах нашої держави, просто в Маріуполь обстріляний. І тому ми хочемо запровадити закриття неба, тому що конкретно вбивають наших людей. Це відбувається, причому з території Білорусі і з території Росії вилітають ці ракети, бомби, ескандери, літаки, бомбардировщики. Все це відбувається. Я звернувся про закриття неба, я звернувся до президента Байдена, я звертався до, мені здається, і до Шольца, Макрона. Чому я кажу здається? Тому що я по 20-30 дзвінків, міжнародних дзвінків я проводжу щоденно. Щоденно я це роблю. І я сказав, що якщо ви не можете запровадити закриття неба зараз, то зараз дайте нам термін коли. Якщо ви зараз не можете дати українцям термін, коли ви це запровадите, скільки треба? Скажіть, яка кількість людей повинна взірватися? Скільки треба рук, ніг, голів, щоб вони були відірвані, відлетіли вони, щоб достукатись до вас, щоб ви це закрили? Скільки треба? Кількість, скажіть, я піду, ми будемо рахувати і почекаємо до цього моменту. А якщо ви це не можете також сказати, навіть терміни, це те саме, що відбувалося з санкціями. Я просив запровадити превентивні санкції до початку війни. Ви побачите, вони не будуть наступати. Дайте повний пакет цих санкцій. Я попросив всіх лідерів. Відповідь ви знаєте. Слава Богу, зараз це є. І слава Богу, весь світ зараз бачить, що це діє. Я просив цю підтримку. Так само, як зараз я прошу закрити небо. І якщо немає у вас сил, міцності закрити небо, то дайте мені літаки. Чи це несправедливо, скажіть? І коли мені кажуть, що у нас є питання щодо літаків, там треба голосування, те чи інше, ми сказали, ми знайшли, де ці літаки. Ми у них знайшли всі ці літаки. Їх багато. Нові літаки, вони дуже дорогі, вони дорожчі людського життя. Окей, ми знайшли літаки ще з Радянського Союзу часів. Можна такі нам літаки отримати? Можна нам отримати, щоб ми відповідали на своїй землі. Не на території Росії, не на території Білорусі, а суто на українській землі відповідали всім цим установкам, які по нас стріляють. Танкам тощо.
Thank you, sir.
Окей.
Trey Hicks with Fox News.
Fox News. Ви цього тижня говорили з президентом Байденом. Як би ви описали цей розмову із американським лідером? І чи задовго американці надають допомогу українцям?
Перед затяжкою, що малося на увазі. I'm sorry. We sleep 3-4 hours.
I can ask again.
No. Just a second, please. About that, if I spoke with Biden, President Biden, yes, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember. And we have good contact. I can tell you the truth. And it's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team. And so we can speak now often. That is the first part of your question. And the second part, can you...
Вам, що трошки США забарилися із допомогою?
Що зробили?
Забарилися, що занадто пізно надали допомогу.
Я вам сказав відверто. Питання не тільки в президенті Байдені, питання в нерішучості світу. І я вам кажу відверто, що всі ці кроки, бо світ сильніший за військових президента Путіна. Я впевнено кажу військових. Тому що знаю, що там є різна позиція. Є позиція військових Путіна, є позиція бізнесу, є позиція громадянська позиція. І навіть громадянська позиція, у них там є розкол, бо люди там дивляться телевізор, вони, ну ви знаєте, це ви журналісти, ви знаєте. Я не бачив ваших репортажів по російському телебаченню. Я думаю, що ви самі, всі ви присутні тут, небагато бачили свого матеріалу на телебаченні Росії. Тому люди живуть в інформаційному просторі, який сформований цими командами, військовими командами адміністрації президента. І дуже не хотілося б, щоб будь-які рішення щодо дипломатії, щодо Європи, щодо НАТО, щодо України, нашої незалежності, щодо ядерної зброї, те, що ми з вами почули, чи ймовірності ядерних пострілів, щодо всього цього, не хотілося б, щоб все це залежало тільки від цієї команди, яка живе, народилась і помре в військовій формі. Бо є рішення, які приймаються в костюмах, є рішення, які приймають дипломати при всій повазі до військових. Військові повинні захищати, військові не повинні наступати в сучасному світі. Тому весь світ запізнився з Україною. Весь світ запізнився. І нехай вони пробачать мене. І їм про це сказав їх народ, не мій народ. Ви бачили, що на всіх площах світу відбувається, як люди виходять і підтримують. Бо всі ці люди, вони розумніші за всіх нас. Ось і все. І вони сказали їм, і вони тиснули на них. Але весь світ повинен знати, що він запізнився з цією політикою. І питання не в тому, що хтось гарно ставиться до України чи погано. Впевнений, що гарно в більшості своїй ставляться всі ці люди, народи точно і всі ці лідери. Ніхто не розраховував, що у сучасному світі людина може вести себе як звір. Ось і все.
Добрый день, господин президент. Эндрю Крамер из газеты «Нью-Йорк Таймс». Я очень рад, что я имею честь задать вам вопрос сегодня именно в Киеве. Вы знаете, что во всем мире сейчас вас очень уважают как символ храбрости и как человек, который защищает демократию. Помогает ли это Украину?
Отвечу вам по-русски тоже. Да, очень помогает. Это большая поддержка. Это, во-первых, то, что от меня ждал народ Украины. Ну, я, честно говоря, я не хочу говорить, каким я был или каким я стал. Я считаю, мы все такие, кто любит свою страну. Просто ты находишься в том месте, где можешь больше помочь государству и людям. Вот я это и делаю. Я нахожусь именно в этом месте. И поддержка людей, которые выходят на площади и говорят со своими правительствами, а затем поддержка правительств. Я со многими лидерами мы стали как, близкие приятели сейчас. Мы созваниваемся несколько раз в день, и мы разговариваем просто по мобильным телефонам. Мне очень нравится, что я могу по WhatsApp говорить с лидерами без всякой вот этой хрени бюрократической, когда нужно что-то очень сложно заказывать, потом очень сложно ждать и кого-то дожидаться, а потом еще неделю подождите, а люди мрут и погибают. И сейчас совершенно другой момент в жизни, поэтому мне важна эта поддержка. И я хочу обратиться к миру и к этим прекрасным людям во всем мире, чтобы эта поддержка не ослабляла, потому что она дает большую уверенность. Она не ослабит меня, даже если ее не будет. Мы люди мира, но мы не готовы сдаться. Но эта поддержка говорит о том, что мы все делаем правильно, мы все делаем верно. И в этом есть сила духа и сила мира. И я очень рад, что мир объединился. Жаль, конечно, что такой ценой. Так, будь ласка. Я.
Пане президенте, ізраїльське телебачення. Якщо ви просите будь-яку допомогу від ізраїльського уряду, військової технології, чи ви це робили, які відповідь ви отримали? І оскільки ви, як єврей, чи маєте ви певні очікування від єврейської держави?
Запитання. Я сьогодні побачив дуже цікаву фотографію. Біля стіни плача стоять євреї, хасіди, напевно, різні люди. І вони всі загорнуті, я не знаю, чи ви бачили, в жовто-блакитний прапор. Є така фотка. Я був вражений. І просто велика шана тим людям, які це зробили. Вони молилися. Я не знаю, як вони молилися. І чесно, я бачив багато разів, я не знаю, як це робиться. Бо це мій дім, і у мене, ви розумієте, у мене завжди було свободне відношення до будь-якої релігії. Я вважаю, що кожному є місце на цій землі рівноправне. Але я був так вдячний, що вони молилися. І я розмовляв з керівництвом Ізраїлю. І скажу вам відверто, може зараз це буде звучати трішки образливо. Але я вважаю, що я повинен це говорити. У нас непогані відносини, дуже непогані, правда. Але все перевіряється ось такими моментами в житті. Саме такими гострими, коли потрібна сильна допомога. І я говорив з ним, і у нас дипломатичні відносини гарні, але я не відчуваю, що він загорнутий в наш прапор. Дякую.
Piotr Andruseczko, Gazeta Wyborcza. Доброго дня. Ви про це дуже багато тепер говорили, а я не можу про це не запитати ще раз. Тобто, тому що Польща – це найближчий сусід України. Польща вже багато допомагає, але всі постійно питають, що ще може Польща зробити.
Літаки.
Власне, в чому проблема з тими літаками? Була інформація, що вони є.
Вони є. Вони є. Проблем з Польщею у нас немає. З Анджеєм у нас супер відносини.
Ви розмовляєте з ним теж?
Щоденно. Щоденно з Дудою ми розмовляємо просто. Це один з тих лідерів, з яким у нас такі відносини. Він мені каже, що ти зараз робиш. Я кажу йому, що я роблю, де тобі допомогти. Ось є кров ще. Ми з Агатою хочемо передати тобі пораненим всім. Я кажу, так, почекай, будь ласка, на лінії. І я паралельно, ви уявіть собі, наші відносини і як ми працюємо. І я, коли мені дзвонить президент Польщі, Дуда, і я кажу йому, будь ласка, повиси на лінії, 1 секунду, я паралельно набираю наших військових, кажу, що дзвонить Польща, передають кров, забираємо, а вони кажуть, забираємо. І я кажу, Анджей, давай ми будемо забирати. Уявіть собі, як змінився цей світ і як змінились дипломатичні відносини. Ось це потужність, ось це близькість. Але є цей момент. Це так, Польща в усьому. Ми друзі. Ми без перебільшення в дружніх, небюрократичних обіймах підтримки. Але нам потрібні літаки. І це питання на сьогодні, воно питання всередині, я так розумію, Польщі і Сполучених Штатів. І я не буду їх звинувачувати ні в чому, тому що, як я вам сказав, багато всього роблять вони. Це правда. І я вдячний. Я не знаю, хто б міг більше. Я не знаю. Тому я вдячний. Але і момент такий, я не можу по-іншому. Військові без літаків ми віддаємо дуже багато людей, розумієте? Це найскладніше, тому я б хотів би, щоб ми вирішили це питання. Окей, дякую.
Thank you so much, sir. Huzaifa Adil, TV Al-Arabiya, Al-Hadath.
Арабія, телебачення. Моє питання.
Первый вопрос – это получили вы достаточно оружия, чтобы избежать захвата Киева? И Лавров сказал, что вы не хотите окончания войны. Как вы на это реагируете? И последний вопрос – это вы до этого сказали, что вы требуете поддержку от мира. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот поддержка от мира, именно которую вы требуете.
Спасибо за вопрос. Лавров. Мне кажется, вообще у человека на лице всегда написана его жизнь, его путь и его конец. Путь этого человека мне понятен, я читаю неплохо лица. Мне приятно смотреть в ваши глаза, и неинтересно смотреть в глаза этого человека. Я впервые увидел его в такой длинной очереди. У нас, мне кажется, был тогда первый полет в Соединенные Штаты Америки. И у нас была встреча там с президентом Трампом. И там еще был этот скандал по поводу, в общем, звонков и так далее и тому подобное. И тогда в очереди ко мне подошел Лавров, и он сказал, что господин президент, я министр иностранных дел, я ему сказал, да, я вас знаю, я смотрю телевизор. И он сказал, что чего вы хотите от России и так далее. Я ему сказал, вы знаете, я хочу просто правды. И если я говорю, это между нами, он говорит, да, конечно, между нами. Между нами я бы очень хотел, чтобы вы освободили наши территории. И наши отношения между нашими странами вернулись немножко, лет на 10 назад. Потому что то количество друзей, которые у меня там было, те отношения, которые у меня были по бизнесу, там не важно, с ребятами из России, говорю, это все, этого ничего нет, я ему говорю. Это поменялось, перечеркнуто, поколения забыты. И говорю, вы поймите, что это неправильно. И я говорю, я просто хочу мира, но я хочу, чтобы мы с вами были. Я говорю, это между нами. Про мир это для всех. А между нами, я говорю, вы должны очень сильно постараться. Не кричать где-то, успокоить риторику, чтобы у нас получилось что-то. Он сказал, я с вами согласен. Тут же он взял телефон, это было при мне, он отвернулся от меня, он взял телефон и позвонил на какое-то русское телевидение или русскую радиостанцию и сказал, только что я разговаривал с президентом Зеленским, он готов идти на все наши условия. Это ответ. Это про путь этих людей. Они не готовы. Их не интересует результат, мир. Их интересует путь. Понимаете? Путь. Он кровавый. Он финансовый. Их интересует, что здесь и сейчас. Их не интересует, что будет после них. А ведь мир-то такой, после них точно будет. И что? Это по поводу... А что вы хотели еще?
Получили вы достаточно оружия, чтобы избежать захвата Киева? И какие вы гарантии готовы отдать?
Нет, наверное, достаточности в оружии. Я не хотел бы даже об этом говорить. Дело не в наращивании оружия. Их в десятки раз больше. Но они на нашей земле в десятки раз меньше каждого из нас. Поэтому дело не в количестве этих людей, которые к нам приходят, а дело в их цели. Наша цель – защита и свобода. Вообще больше нет ценностей, потому что наши дети – это наша свобода. Все, что останется после меня. Что останется после меня? Мои дети. Хочу, чтобы они были живы. Все. Я больше ничего не хочу. Я просто этого желаю всем. А их цель – просто поставить на колени народ, нацию, многонациональную, в которой люди, независимо ни от чего, ни от корней своих, ни от языка, на котором говорят, вообще люди чувствуют себя равными. Мы строим это общество. Мы только начали его строить, но мы всегда были такими. У нас объединена сегодня нация, и в этом страх России сегодня, что эта страна объединена, что у нас нету больше власти и народа, у нас есть только одно. Мы все народная власть, мы все одна страна. И это страшно, потому что в этой цельности все, в этой цельности мы себя хотим защищать. Ну вот, а они хотят просто разбить это.
Вы готовы гарантии какие-то даты, чтобы...
Гарантии для чего? Мы не нападаем на Россию, не собираемся на нее нападать. Гарантии что? Мы в НАТО? Нет. У нас есть ядерное оружие? Нет. Что я должен сказать? Кому я должен что-то дать? Вы понимаете? Дело в том, что это же тоже информационная бомба, про которую все говорят. Что отдать? Господи, что ты хочешь от нас? Уйди с нашей земли. Не хочешь сейчас уйти? Сядь со мной за стол переговоров. Я свободен. Сядь со мной. Только не на 30 метров, как с Макроном, Шольцем и так далее, как их принимают. Я ж сосед. Меня не надо на 30 метров держать. Я не кусаюсь. Я нормальный мужик. Сядь со мной. Поговори. Чего ты боишься? Мы никому не угрожаем. Мы не террористы. Мы не захватываем банки. И не захватываем чужие земли.
Richard Engel from NBC News.
Yeah.
You just mentioned that you want to talk to.
Ви щойно сказали, що хочете поговорити з лідером Путіним, але до цих пір він не захотів цього зробити. Ви маєте щось йому передати зараз? Коли міста перебувають під нападом, коли їхні колони проходять Україною, і якщо піде ескалація далі, як ви будете діяти? На міжнародній арені ви стали надзвичайно популярними, люди вас порівнюють із Вінстоном Черчиллем.
Які меседжі Путіну так передати? The first part, I'm saying, yes. What messages I want to direct it to Putin?
Exactly. You've said you want to talk to Putin. You just
No, I'm not. It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
So what would you tell him?
I think I said about it previously on this question that I'm very honest and відкритий, да? Відкритий як буде? Open. Open. Not interesting word, but open, okay.
Candid, open in a way.
Doesn't matter. I mean that я відкрита людина, я знаю всі проблемні питання, про які піднімає питання президент Володимир Путін, його оточення або міністр закордонних справ, про якого ми сьогодні говорили. Я вважаю, що треба говорити без образ, без умов, просто поговорити як люди, як чоловіки. Це дуже важливо. Якщо це можливо, я не знаю, що з ним зараз, тому що, судячи по тих кроках, є питання. І тому я готовий обговорити всі питання. Я ще раз кажу, я їх розумію дуже глибоко, бо всі ці місця, про які ми говоримо, про Україну, про нашу мову, про проблематику, як вони кажуть російською мовою, я її не бачу, готовий говорити також про Донбас, окупований або не окупований, про статус Донбасу, про ДНР, ЛНР, про все, що відбувається. Я знаю глибоко цих людей, знаю вулиці, знаю людей, я був дуже популярною людиною до президентства і був дуже популярною людиною до початку війни і на Донбасі, і на всій території України. Так само, як і мене знали всі прекрасно і в Білорусі, і в Казахстані, і в Росії. Я прекрасно орієнтуюсь в ментальності цих людей. Я розумію, де ми однакові, де є різниця і де ми можемо знайти ті чи інші точки, щоби не воювати, а щоб почався мир. Якщо є бажання. Я неодноразово говорив, що ми готові до цього. Ми хочемо миру. Не треба просто з нами розмовляти. Я з країною іншого сорту, іншого виду, будь ласка, і іншої планети. Якщо ми говоримо по-людськи, на рівних, ми піднімемо всі питання, всі ті питання щодо небезпеки, або як ви їх хочете, чи вони хочуть назвати, і вирішимо всі ці питання. Ось мій головний меседж. How me? Він трішки, мені здається, в іншому світі жив. Він велика людина, а у людини є можливість стати великою для своєї держави, але це вирішує не сучасне покоління, це вирішують наступні покоління. Якщо вийде все зробити, що хочеться, напевне, іноді про мене будуть згадувати, але це не ціль. Найголовніше, як про тебе згадують, а не те, що про тебе згадують. Ну і трішки він випивав більше, мені здається, Черчилль. Ну, це між нами.
Пане президенте, мене звати Рома Сухан, я представляю тут телеканал «Настояще время», це Радіо Свобода з Праги. Маю перше запитання для українців. Мені сьогодні на телефон прийшло відеоповідомлення, це переслали мої друзі. Звернення жінки, вона проживає в місті Димир, це в напрямку Білорусі, по Дніпру, вище Києва, і вона просить допомоги. Вона каже, ми оточені 5 днів, ми не маємо їжі, ми знесилені, у нас багато дітей. І така ситуація є в багатьох регіонах України. Багато людей опиняються тимчасово, впевнений, в оточенні. Що цим людям робити? Що вони можуть зробити самі і звідки чекати допомогу?
Дякую за запитання. Там, де зайшов окупант, нам складно. І там десь відбиваються ці місця, десь ні, там, де їх в 10 разів більше. Ми втрачаємо такі моменти, ми втрачаємо деякі такі містечка. І це є правда, тому що працюють не просто окупанти, працюють ДРГ, працюють всередині. І за рік до цього в багатьох містах ці люди вже знімали квартири чи домівки, щоб коли була почата ця операція, вони вже всередині починали всі ці окупаційні дії. Гуманітарні вантажі. Повинні знати всі, гуманітарні вантажі щодо їжі, щодо води питної, тощо, щодо ліків, щодо інсуліну. Наприклад, є багато звернень пенсіонерів, які не мають, вони відправляються постійно в різні регіони нашої держави і будуть відправлятися далі. В чому хитрість? Заблоковані в'їзди для наших гуманітарних вантажів такі містечка, які окуповані. Вони заблоковані окупантом спеціально, і це вже почалось для того, щоб їх гуманітарні вантажі заходили з іншого боку. Вони це роблять, потім вони на відеокамеру записують, як вони роздають хліб. У нас є ці записи, на жаль, це відбувається. Далі, наприклад, вони не дають вийти харків'янам, якісь люди хотіли вийти. Ми робили зелені коридори, особливо після вчора був вибух, попали в університет, і є там жертви, і були там різні, не тільки українці, там були і з Індії, і з Китаю, з інших країн були студенти. Вони їх просто жгли пострілами, ви розумієте, що там відбувалось? І ми робили зелений коридор, щоб вони могли вийти. Вони так кажуть так, потім виїжджають, наприклад, перевірити це наші хлопці, вони виїжджають на звичайній машині, вони виїжджають і ті розстрілюють машину на трасі. І тому небезпечно, розумієте, да, просто небезпечно відпустити на цю трасу. І там працює територіальна оборона, яка звертається до людей і каже, це небезпечно, вас можуть розстріляти. Що вони роблять? Вони кажуть, ось ми відкрили вам інший зелений коридор, ідіть до Росії. Заходьте в Росію, ми будемо вам давати харчі, будемо давати вам воду, і там ніхто вас не буде вбивати, ми ж не українці. Тобто ось що відбувається. І тут немає питань. Ми відкриті. Але я не можу заставити людей виходити на територію Росії. Я не можу їх гнати палками. Багато з них кажуть, ми туди не підемо. Але ми повинні бути відкритими. І та людина, яка хоче піти, вона може піти. Та людина, яка більше не може цього терпіти, вона має право на це. Тому ми відкриті. Але ви повинні розуміти, що відбувається. Десь в якихось містечках вони відключають електричество. Для чого вони відключають? Електроенергію відключають. Забирають харчі із магазинів, щоб потім вони ті самі харчі. Ще півгодини тому вони забрали магазин, забрали всі харчі, всю воду, все, цигарки тощо. Потім вони десь на площі роздають людям. Ось ми вам привезли гумконвой. Ось що відбувається. Відбувається цинізм. Тому ми боремося, як ми можемо. Але люди повинні знати, якщо вони хочуть вийти, чи їм потрібно це, вони мають право на це. І тут у мене 0 питань. 0 питань. Бережіть себе, бережіть дітей будь-якими шляхами, спробами, робіть це. Бо найголовніше – це життя. І я не маю права, тільки Бог має право його дати або забрати.
President Zelensky, Ali Mustafa from
февраля началась специальная военная операция на Украине. Выполняя поставленные задачи по защите наших людей на Донбассе, по обеспечению безопасности нашей Родины, российские солдаты и офицеры действуют мужественно, как настоящие герои. Наши военнослужащие сражаются стойко, с полным пониманием правоты своего дела. Даже после ранения солдаты и офицеры остаются в строю. Жертвуют собой, своей жизнью, чтобы спасти боевых товарищей и мирных жителей. В ходе боев и наши военнослужащие, и ополченцы Донбасса проявляют действительно массовый героизм. Отмечу личный состав 100-й мотострелковой бригады, действующей на Донецком направлении. Бойцы под командованием полковника Алексея Борисовича Бернгарда в районе Волновахи прорвали глубоко эшелонированную оборону, которую националисты укрепляли и оборудовали в течение почти 8 лет. Командир танкового взвода гвардии лейтенант Виктор Сокольник в ходе боя уничтожил 5 танков. 25 февраля в районе Чугинки командир роты 163-го танкового полка капитан Алексей Левкин столкнулся с подразделениями националистов, насчитывающими 15 танков и 6 БМП. Атаковав со своими бойцами противника, капитан Левкин уничтожил все БМП и 5 танков. Обеспечил выполнение боевой задачи без потерь. Мною подписан и указ о присвоении старшему лейтенанту Нурмагомеду Энгельсовичу Гаджи Магомедову звания Героя России. К сожалению, посмертно. В бою он уверенно командовал своими бойцами. Как настоящий командир берег подчиненных. Уже получив тяжелое ранение, сражался до последнего и подорвал гранаты окруживших его боевиков и себя. Он пошел на такой шаг, потому что понимал, с кем имеет дело, с неонацистами, которые издеваются над пленными и зверски их убивают. Я русский человек, и, как говорится, у меня в роду кругом Ивана да Мария. Но когда я вижу примеры такого героизма, как подвиг молодого парня Нурмагомеда Гаджи Магомедова, уроженца Дагестана, лакца по национальности, других наших воинов, мне хочется сказать: я лакец, я дагестанец, я чеченец, ингуш, русский, татарин, еврей, мордвин, осетин. Всех из более чем 300 национальных групп, этнических групп России просто невозможно перечислить. Думаю, вы меня понимаете. Но я горжусь тем, что я часть этого мира, часть могучего, сильного, многонационального народа России. Вместе с тем никогда не откажусь и от своего убеждения, что русские и украинцы – это один народ. Даже несмотря на то, что часть жителей Украины запугали, многие оболванены нацистской националистической пропагандой. А кто-то сознательно, конечно, пошел по пути бандеровцев, других приспешников нацистов, которые в годы Великой Отечественной войны воевали на стороне Гитлера. И то, что мы воюем именно с неонацистами, показывает сам ход боевых действий. Националистические и неонацистские формирования, а среди них есть и иностранные наемники, в том числе из Ближнего Востока, прикрываются мирными гражданами как живым щитом. Я уже говорил, есть абсолютно объективные данные, фотографии того, как они размещают тяжелую военную технику в жилых кварталах городов. Вместе действуют именно таким образом с самыми крайними бандитами. И вместо того, чтобы выполнить обещание убрать эту технику из жилой застройки, от детских садов, больниц, наоборот, дополнительно перебрасывают туда танки, артиллерию, минометы. Они еще и взяли в заложников иностранных граждан, в том числе тысячи молодых людей, студентов, которые проходили обучение на Украине. Так более суток держали на железнодорожном вокзале в Харькове 3179 граждан Индии, в основном студентов. И большую часть из них продолжают удерживать до сих пор. В том числе 576 человек в городе Сумы. Неонацисты открыли огонь и по китайским студентам, которые пытались выехать из Харькова. 2 из них получили ранения. Повторю, сотни иностранцев стремятся покинуть зону боевых действий, но им не дают этого сделать. Фактически держат в заложниках, тянут время. Или предлагают эвакуироваться через Львов, в Польшу. То есть проехать через всю зону боевых действий, подвергая их риску. Наши военнослужащие предоставили коридоры во всех, без исключения зонах столкновений. Обеспечили транспорт, чтобы у мирных людей, иностранных граждан, была возможность выехать в безопасное место. Вновь подчеркну, националисты не дают этого сделать. Более того, сейчас указывают иностранным гражданам обращаться к своим властям, а уже те, в свою очередь, должны будут обращаться в МИД Украины. Фактически людей просто бросают под огонь. Еще хуже. Неонацисты обращаются со своими собственными гражданами, со своим населением. Как уже говорил, прикрываются людьми как живым щитом. Наши военные отмечают и такие факты, когда в городах народных республиках Донбасса, Северодонецке, Лисичанске, других, жители многоквартирных домов сгоняют в средние этажи зданий. А в нижних этажах проламывают окна и стены, выставляют там тяжелую технику, пушки, танки загоняют. На крышах и на верхних этажах расставляют пулеметы и снайперов. Только фашисты воевали так, столь бесчеловечно относились к мирному населению, когда советские войска сражались с ними, в том числе освобождая территорию Украины. Повторяю, наши солдаты и офицеры стремятся не допустить жертв среди мирного населения. И, к сожалению, сами несут потери. Наш долг – поддержать семьи наших погибших и раненых боевых товарищей, которые сражались за безопасность Отечества, за наш народ, за народ России. Всем членам семей военнослужащих, погибших в ходе специальной военной операции на Украине, будут перечислены предусмотренные по закону страховое обеспечение и единовременные пособия. Это 7 миллионов 421 тысяча рублей. Также будет выплачиваться ежемесячная денежная компенсация каждому члену семьи погибших. Но кроме того, считаю необходимым установить дополнительную выплату каждой семье погибшего военнослужащего Минобороны, военнослужащих и сотрудников других силовых ведомств, участвующих в операции, в размере 5 миллионов рублей. Все военнослужащие, раненые при проведении операции, также получат соответствующие выплаты. Имею в виду страховку и единовременное пособие за ранение, травму или контузию. Если военнослужащий, проходивший службу по контракту, из-за ранения будет признан негодным к военной службе, он получит единовременное пособие в размере 2 миллиона 968 тысяч рублей. А в случае инвалидности – ежемесячную денежную компенсацию. Все эти меры уже предусмотрены законом. Вместе с тем, Также считаю, что нужно предусмотреть дополнительные выплаты военнослужащим Минобороны, военнослужащим и сотрудникам других силовых ведомств, участвующих в операции и получившим ранения, по 3 миллиона рублей. Вновь подчеркну, сейчас на украинской территории наши солдаты и офицеры сражаются за Россию, за мирную жизнь для граждан Донбасса, за денацификацию и демилитаризацию Украины, чтобы никакая антироссия, годами создаваемая Западом прямо у наших границ, нам не угрожала. В том числе и ядерным оружием, как это было в последнее время. Наш народ гордится своими вооруженными силами. Мы будем всегда помнить наших павших боевых товарищей. Сделаем все, чтобы поддержать их семьи, их детей, дать им образование, поддержать родных и близких. Прошу почтить память наших воинов, погибших при исполнении воинского долга в ходе специальной военной операции на Украине. Пожалуйста. Уважаемые товарищи, хочу сказать, что специальная военная операция идет в строгом соответствии с графиком, по плану. Все поставленные задачи успешно решаются. Министр обороны доложит сейчас подробно. Прошу, Сергей Кужуганович. Уважаемые товарищи, 24 февраля началась специальная военная операция на Украине. Выполняя поставленные задачи по защите наших людей на Донбассе, по обеспечению безопасности нашей Родины, российские солдаты и офицеры действуют мужественно, как настоящие герои. Наши военнослужащие сражаются стойко, с полным пониманием правоты своего дела. Даже после ранения солдаты и офицеры остаются в строю. Жертвуют собой, своей жизнью, чтобы спасти боевых товарищей и мирных жителей. В ходе боев и наши военнослужащие, и ополченцы Донбасса проявляют действительно массовый героизм. Отмечу личный состав 100-й мотострелковой бригады, действующей на Донецком направлении. Бойцы под командованием полковника Алексея Борисовича Бернгарда в районе Волновахи прорвали глубоко эшелонированную оборону, которую националисты укрепляли и оборудовали в течение почти 8 лет. Командир танкового взвода гвардии лейтенант Виктор Сокольник в ходе боя уничтожил 5 танков. 25 февраля в районе Чугинки командир роты 163-го танкового полка капитан Алексей Левкин столкнулся с подразделениями националистов, насчитывающими 15 танков и 6 БМП. Атаковав со своими бойцами противника, капитан Левкин уничтожил все БМП и 5 танков. Обеспечил выполнение боевой задачи без потерь. Мною подписан и указ о присвоении старшему лейтенанту Нурмагомеду Энгельсовичу Гаджи Магомедову звания Героя России. К сожалению, посмертно. В бою он уверенно командовал своими бойцами. Как настоящий командир берег подчиненных. Уже получив тяжелое ранение, сражался до последнего и подорвал гранаты окруживших его боевиков и себя. Он пошел на такой шаг, потому что понимал, с кем имеет дело, с неонацистами, которые издеваются над пленными и зверски их убивают. Я русский человек, и, как говорится, у меня в роду кругом Ивана де Мария. Но когда я вижу примеры такого героизма, как подвиг молодого парня Нурмагомеда Гаджимагомедова, уроженца Дагестана, лакца по национальности, других наших воинов, мне хочется сказать: я лакец, я дагестанец, я чеченец, ингуш, русский, татарин, еврей, мордвин, осетин. Всех из более чем 300 национальных групп, этнических групп России просто невозможно перечислить. Думаю, вы меня понимаете. Но я горжусь тем, что я часть этого мира, часть могучего, сильного, многонационального народа России. Вместе с тем никогда не откажусь и от своего убеждения, что русские и украинцы – это один народ. Даже несмотря на то, что часть жителей Украины запугали, многие оболванены нацистской националистической пропагандой. А кто-то сознательно, конечно, пошел по пути бандеровцев, других приспешников нацистов, которые в годы Великой Отечественной войны воевали на стороне Гитлера. И то, что мы воюем именно с неонацистами, показывает сам ход боевых действий. Националистические и неонацистские формирования, а среди них есть и иностранные наемники, в том числе из Ближнего Востока, прикрываются мирными гражданами как живым щитом. Я уже говорил, есть абсолютно объективные данные, фотографии того, как они размещают тяжелую военную технику в жилых кварталах городов. Вместе действуют именно таким образом с самыми крайними бандитами. И вместо того, чтобы выполнить обещание убрать эту технику из жилой застройки, от детских садов, больниц, наоборот, дополнительно перебрасывают туда танки, артиллерию, минометы. Они еще и взяли в заложников иностранных граждан, в том числе тысячи молодых людей, студентов, которые проходили обучение на Украине. Так более суток держали на железнодорожном вокзале в Харькове 3179 граждан Индии, в основном студентов. И большую часть из них продолжают удерживать до сих пор. В том числе 576 человек в городе Сума. Неонацисты открыли огонь и по китайским студентам, которые пытались выехать из Харькова. 2 из них получили ранения. Повторю, сотни иностранцев стремятся покинуть зону боевых действий, но им не дают этого сделать. Фактически держат в заложниках, тянут время. Или предлагают эвакуироваться через Львов, в Польшу. То есть проехать через всю зону боевых действий, подвергая их риску. Наши военнослужащие предоставили коридоры во всех, без исключения зонах столкновений. Обеспечили транспорт, чтобы у мирных людей, иностранных граждан, была возможность выехать в безопасное место. Вновь подчеркну, националисты не дают этого сделать. Более того, сейчас указывают иностранным гражданам обращаться к своим властям, а уже те, в свою очередь, должны будут обращаться в МИД Украины. Фактически людей просто бросают под огонь. Еще хуже. Неонацисты обращаются со своими собственными гражданами, со своим населением. Как уже говорил, прикрываются людьми как живым щитом. Наши военные отмечают и такие факты, когда в городах народных республиках Донбасса, Северодонецке, Лисичанске, других, жители многоквартирных домов сгоняют в средние этажи зданий. А в нижних этажах проламывают окна и стены, выставляют там тяжелую технику, пушки, танки загоняют. На крышах и на верхних этажах расставляют пулеметы и снайперов. Только фашисты воевали так, столь бесчеловечно относились к мирному населению, когда советские войска сражались с ними, в том числе освобождая территорию Украины. Повторяю, наши солдаты и офицеры стремятся не допустить жертв среди мирного населения. И, к сожалению, сами несут потери. Наш долг – поддержать семьи наших погибших и раненых боевых товарищей, которые сражались за безопасность Отечества, за наш народ, за народ России. Всем членам семей военнослужащих, погибших в ходе специальной военной операции на Украине, будут перечислены предусмотренные по закону страховое обеспечение и единовременные пособия. Это 7 421 000 рублей. Также будет выплачиваться ежемесячная денежная компенсация каждому члену семьи погибшего. Но кроме того, считаю необходимым установить дополнительную выплату каждой семье погибшего военнослужащего Минобороны, военнослужащих и сотрудников других силовых ведомств, участвующих в операции, в размере 5 миллионов рублей. Все военнослужащие, раненые при проведении операции, также получат соответствующие выплаты. Имею в виду страховку и единовременное пособие за ранение, травму или контузию. Если военнослужащий, проходивший службу по контракту, из-за ранения будет признан негодным к военной службе, он получит единовременное пособие в размере 2 миллиона 968 тысяч рублей. А в случае инвалидности – ежемесячную денежную компенсацию. Все эти меры уже предусмотрены законом. Вместе с тем, также считаю, что нужно предусмотреть дополнительные выплаты военнослужащим Минобороны, военнослужащим и сотрудникам других силовых ведомств, участвующих в операции и получившим ранения, по 3 миллиона рублей. Вновь подчеркну, сейчас на украинской территории наши солдаты и офицеры сражаются за Россию, за мирную жизнь для граждан Донбасса, за денацификацию и демилитаризацию Украины, чтобы никакая антироссия, годами создаваемая Западом прямо у наших границ, нам не угрожала. В том числе и ядерным оружием, как это было в последнее время. Наш народ гордится своими вооруженными силами. Мы будем всегда помнить наших павших боевых товарищей. Сделаем все, чтобы поддержать их семьи, их детей, дать им образование, поддержать родных и близких. Прошу почтить память наших воинов, погибших при исполнении воинского долга в ходе специальной военной операции на Украине. Пожалуйста. Уважаемые товарищи, хочу сказать, что специальная военная операция идет в строгом соответствии с графиком, по плану. Все поставленные задачи успешно решаются. Министр обороны доложит сейчас подробно. Прошу, Сергей Кужуганович. Уважаемые товарищи, 24 февраля началась специальная военная операция на Украине. Выполняя поставленные задачи по защите наших людей на Донбассе, по обеспечению безопасности нашей Родины, российские солдаты и офицеры действуют мужественно, как настоящие герои. Наши военнослужащие сражаются стойко, с полным пониманием правоты своего дела. Даже после ранения солдаты и офицеры остаются в строю. Жертвуют собой, своей жизнью, чтобы спасти боевых товарищей и мирных жителей. В ходе боев и наши военнослужащие, и ополченцы Донбасса проявляют действительно массовый героизм. Отмечу личный состав 100-й мотострелковой бригады, действующей на Донецком направлении. Бойцы под командованием полковника Алексея Борисовича Бернгарда в районе Волновахи прорвали глубоко эшелонированную оборону, которую националисты укрепляли и оборудовали в течение почти 8 лет. Командир танкового взвода гвардии лейтенант Виктор Сокольник в ходе боя уничтожил 5 танков. 25 февраля в районе Чугинки командир роты 163-го танкового полка капитан Алексей Левкин столкнулся с подразделениями националистов, насчитывающими 15 танков и 6 БМП. Атаковав со своими бойцами противника, капитан Левкин уничтожил все БМП и 5 танков. Обеспечил выполнение боевой задачи без потерь. Мною подписан и указ о присвоении старшему лейтенанту Нурмагомеду Энгельсовичу Гаджи Магомедову звания Героя России, к сожалению, посмертно. В бою он уверенно командовал своими бойцами. Как настоящий командир берег подчиненных. Уже получив тяжелое ранение, сражался до последнего и подорвал гранаты окруживших его боевиков и себя. Он пошел на такой шаг, потому что понимал, с кем имеет дело, с неонацистами, которые издеваются над пленными и зверски их убивают.
The G7 has been extremely strong in leading the way on these sanctions, on a global response to this illegal Russian action. At the same time, the G20 is also extremely useful because it includes not just like-minded partners, but all the biggest economies in the world, from China to Brazil, to Russia, to Indonesia, to countries that have different perspectives, some aligned, some not. And it's an important forum to come together to talk about issues of the global economy. I have spoken with a number of G20 leaders, including Cyril Ramaphosa of Africa, where we've talked directly about what we need to reflect on as a G20 in terms of holding Russia to account or demonstrating concerns while at the same time continuing to engage in a constructive way in the global economy. This is a conversation we will have over many months as we look to the fall for the G20 meetings. There are no hard and fast decisions yet, but certainly it's a reflection we need to have.
Next question.
Murad Hamadi, The Logic. Prime Minister, 4 years ago in this very room, two of your ministers announced a program called Innovative Solutions Canada, which is also designed to help small businesses grow. That program was supposed to spend $113 million annually. In its first 4 years, it didn't come close to that sum combined. So if you can't implement the small business growth programs your government has already announced, what reason do small businesses have to believe they'll ever see the money you're announcing today?
I think one of the things that we've seen over the past couple of years is this pandemic has had a huge impact, not just on Canadians, but on small businesses across the country. And people have been turning towards being more digital, having a stronger online presence. Many small businesses I spoke to had always thought they would do it at one point. The pandemic accelerated the moment in which they chose to step up on a digital presence. And as we come through this pandemic and begin to see a return to something more resembling normal, many businesses like Sheena's are looking to further intensify their digital presence to be more successful. Well, what we're doing is not just providing them with concrete supports to be able to do that, we're also drawing on one of the extraordinary resources that Canada has, which are young people who are so keen, so innovative, so forward-thinking, and so at ease in a digital world that actually harnessing and creating jobs and opportunities for those young people to be paired up and share their expertise and train up in that expertise to have an impact on small businesses is bringing people together to meet the challenges of our time. And I know this is going to have a tremendous impact on small businesses right across the country.
Prime Minister, on September 28th of last year, you said your government would announce a decision on, quote, telecommunications and Huawei in the coming weeks, end quote. It's been 22 weeks and 2 days since you said that. Are you going to ban telecoms from using Huawei equipment in their 5G networks? And if you won't give me a yes or no today, will you at least give me a ballpark month when you'll tell us?
As you know very well, this is an important question for Canadian telecom industries. It's an important question for businesses, for our competitive environment. We need to make sure that people have access to telecommunications in a strong and robust way, but we also need to make sure that we're safe in our use of telecommunications equipment, and we're keeping Canadians and our information protected. That's why we've been working with allies, we've been working with experts, we've been working with all of our intelligence and security agencies on this issue, and we will have more to say in due course.
Prochaine question.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau, Mylène Crête de la presse. J'aurais aimé savoir, hier vous avez parlé, il y a 2 jours vous avez parlé au président sud-africain, hier vous avez parlé au président sénégalais. Je me demandais, quelle est votre stratégie, quel est le rôle que les pays du continent africain peuvent jouer concernant la guerre en Ukraine?
Bien, je pense que c'est important que les pays à travers le monde comprennent que ce n'est pas juste une question d'un pays en Europe en train d'envahir une autre. Évidemment, on voit constamment des conflits à travers le monde, que ce soit en Afrique ou en Asie ou ailleurs, où on voit de la guerre, de la violence. Mais la décision d'un pays puissant, particulièrement militairement comme la Russie, de faire fi complètement des règles qui nous protègent tous, les Nations Unies, des principes de l'intégrité territoriale et de dire que la force donne raison, c'est inquiétant pas seulement pour l'Europe de l'Est, mais pour tous les pays à travers le monde. Et on est dans un moment où la défense de la démocratie et des principes de ces démocraties, c'est un combat qui ne peut pas juste être mené par les Ukrainiens, mais qui a une pertinence en Afrique, en Asie, en Amérique du Sud, ailleurs dans le monde. Certainement, tous les différents pays vont avoir leurs préoccupations, leurs questions, leur historique personnel en termes de relations avec la Russie et d'autres, mais de souligner à quel point nous devons être forts et unis pour condamner les actions qui mettent à risque tout notre système international et d'entendre et de comprendre les perspectives des Sénégalais, des Sud-Africains, des Israéliens, des gens en Asie, des gens un peu partout dans le monde, pour qu'on puisse réellement coordonner et être unis dans notre défense des valeurs et des principes sous-jacents aux démocraties. Je pense que c'est important.
En deuxième question, j'aimerais savoir, on voit des reportages là, qui montrent des Russes qui tentent eux aussi de fuir le pays. Il y en aura peut-être davantage au fur et à mesure que l'impact des sanctions économiques se fait sentir là-bas. Est-ce que le Canada est prêt à en accueillir aussi?
Je suis certain que des gens sont en train de réfléchir à ça. Moi, je suis plus préoccupé par les Ukrainiens qui sont victimes de cette agression russe pour l'instant. Mais effectivement, on voit que de plus en plus de Russes sont en train de réfléchir profondément à cette décision que le président Poutine a prise, cette décision pas seulement irresponsable et erronée, mais illégale, parce que les conséquences de cette décision ne sont pas juste des milliers de familles à travers la Russie qui perdent leurs enfants qui sont allés en guerre en Ukraine, mais aussi un coût économique énorme pour l'économie, pour les familles russes qui doivent exiger une réflexion sérieuse à l'intérieur de la Russie sur la direction qu'a pris le président.
Next question.
The announcement, Erica Ibrahim, the Canadian Press. The announcement from Immigration Minister Sean Fraser today is quite a departure from how Canada has responded to previous refugee crises. Do you anticipate this being a permanent change to how we respond?
Actually, the response that we put forward today was built on our experience with the refugee crisis in Syria. When, in 2015, we accelerated processes for people to come to Canada quickly, we created new processes that we are drawing on in this particular situation. But we also know that situations are very different from one conflict or one challenge to another. The Syrian refugee conflict featured people coming from displaced persons camps in Jordan, in Lebanon, and in Turkey. So they weren't in Syria, they'd been established for many years in these displaced persons camps, and we brought people over using measures that were tailored for that situation. In Afghanistan last summer, the challenge was actually getting people out of the country to safe third countries so we could process them and get them to come in Canada. We've now accepted around 8,000. We are very much on track to getting to the 40,000 over the coming years. But it took a separate set of measures. In this situation, the challenge that we're focused on is getting people not from Ukraine directly to Canada, because they are fleeing to countries like Poland, Romania, Moldova, other countries like that, where we are then able to work with them in the relative stability of a peaceful neighboring country to process as quickly as possible and bring them to Canada. And that's where this measure that will take 2 weeks to be able to get them emergency travel authorization, that will not just allow them to come quickly to Canada, but to study, to work, to rebuild their lives to a certain extent, either while they wait to return home to Ukraine or to start a new life in Canada. Every situation is different, but every new situation, we are guided by the same values, the same principles, but adjust to what the needs are on the ground.
Thank you. And my follow-up is about Canadians going to fight in Ukraine. Minister Anand this morning suggested the legality of fighting for Ukraine was still, quote, indeterminate. Does the Canadian government support such individuals, and is it sending the wrong message by not warning them about potential legal questions?
We have been very clear for many, many weeks now. Canadians, we encouraged all Canadians to leave Ukraine. We were very worried about the Russian positioning, and when war broke out, our efforts are very much on getting Canadians out to safety. Canadians can make choices about what they choose to do, about what they choose to do to support Ukraine. All Canadians want to support Ukraine. There's many different ways of doing it. I'm not a lawyer, so I won't weigh in on the legality of that. I will simply say that the best way we can help Ukraine is by making sure we are unequivocal in our condemnation of Vladimir Putin, that we are sharing with our larger networks and with the world the truth of what is happening in Ukraine against Russian disinformation and misinformation, and that we, as we always do, open our hearts, our wallets, and our homes to welcome people fleeing for safety.
We'll take one last question.
David Aiken, one last question, a follow-up, I hope. David Aiken from Global News. The other day, Minister Freeland mentioned or suggested that Canadians should prepare for, quote, collateral damage. Some of the sanctions we're imposing may hurt Canadian businesses. I wonder if you can maybe talk about that, if the Incident Response Group has been talking about defense. What might we expect the Russians to do to Canadian firms and Canadian companies?
We know that Russia has sophisticated cyber attack capacities, not just misinformation, disinformation, but attacks on infrastructure, on systems, on individuals and companies that can be very disruptive. Fortunately, over the past years, the investments we've made in CSE, in Canada's Communications Security Establishment, that has been extraordinary and world-class in its cyber capabilities, is part of how we defend against Russian cyber attacks or foreign cyber attacks in general. There's lots to do. We need to remain vigilant, but I encourage any businesses or institutions that are worried about that, don't feel that they're perhaps up to where they want to be in terms of defending against such attacks, to reach out to the CSE, because we have experts there to help protect all Canadians against this.
And just a quick domestic politics question. Of course, in 2020, your government did not table a budget in the entire year. Will you commit at this point to tabling a budget this spring? And maybe even more precise, will you table it in this fiscal year, which means by the end of this month?
We absolutely will be tabling a budget this year in terms of timing and in terms of what's in it. We will announce all that when the time comes.
Merci beaucoup, c'est ce qui m'a fait la conférence de presse aujourd'hui.
Merci tout le monde.
I honestly believe this hearing is going to mark the high water mark of the woke left anti-energy agenda in America. It is starting to crumble. And here's why. Everybody in this country sees that the Biden administration's anti-energy policy, and if you go in there, you'll get Exhibit A of it. Remarkable. Trying to shut down the production of American oil and gas, which is not their mandate, doing so with orders which nobody agrees with, limiting the production of American energy, driving up energy prices. We know what's driving up energy prices in America. It's regulations like this, and empowering dictators like Putin. The people are starting to wake up to this, certainly in Ukraine and in Europe, and now the Biden administration needs to do it. I'm a full supporter and co-sponsor of Senator Manchin and Senator Murkowski's legislation to ban the imports of Russian oil. We all want to help the courageous people of Ukraine. Here's what the foreign minister of Ukraine said just a couple days ago. We insist on a full embargo for Russian oil and gas. Buying Russian oil and gas now means paying for the murder of Ukrainian men, women, and children. Right now, the United States has had an unbelievable upside-down policy of importing more Russian oil, 700,000 barrels a day almost. That's up 35% since Joe Biden became president. At the same time, this administration, as witnessed in there, as I see every day in Alaska, is trying to shut down the production of American energy. Americans have awoken to the fact that this is national security suicide, and it makes absolutely no sense. Think about this final number, then I'll take questions. In the last year, because of those Russian imports, we have funneled close to $17 billion to the Putin war machine, the United States, through buying Russian imports of oil. We have plenty of oil and gas in America. We don't need Russian oil and gas. And everybody in the world is calling for this ban on imports of oil and gas from the dictator Putin, and the president could do it this afternoon. And now you're seeing a bipartisan group of senators calling for it. I think the dam is breaking. When the average American actually understands these policies, importing more Russian oil and shutting down American oil, it doesn't matter what party you're in, they see it as insanity. So like I said, I think this is the high watermark of the far left, woke, anti-American energy policies in that hearing room right now, a really important hearing, and I want to commend Senator Manchin, Senator Barrasso for calling it, these FERC administrators, unelected bureaucrats, are out of control. And they're getting a tongue lashing on how the harm they're doing, not just the American people, in energy, in the price of energy in our country, but the national security of our nation. Right now is at stake in there, and it's really important.
Senator, how effective would it even be if Europe doesn't also cut off Russian oil imports?
It needs to happen everywhere. And I will admit, Europe has different challenges from us. But if you look at even what Chancellor Scholz announced the other day, and I met with him, a number of senators, we met with him recently, pressed this topic. Look what he did the other day. He came out and said, I'm going to fully halt Nord Stream 2. That was enormously courageous. Why is that so courageous and different from what we have here? Because they don't have very many alternative sources right now of energy. In the United States, look at what we're doing. We have enormous sources of oil and gas. We have an administration that is actively trying to shut down the production, and they're good at it, just like what the FERC just did, shut down our own energy production and importing more Russian oil. So it's very important that we take the lead on this. You may have seen Canada announce that they were doing this just the other day. And every country has to play its part, but we have an enormous part to play. The sanctions that are happening around the world are effective with one major exception. That's energy, and that's Putin's Achilles heel. So we can take action today, and then we can produce more for our own citizens. And then the good news is we can produce more for the world. We don't have to go. Right now on the Department of Energy website, I think or the White House website, there's still a press release saying how the National Security Advisor is out begging OPEC Plus. Remember, you know what OPEC Plus is? That's OPEC plus Russia. OPEC Plus to produce more energy. That's nuts. The whole policy is nuts. So we need to lead by example. Other countries, Germany, Canada are doing it. We need to, and we have the means to actually address any shortages that would happen by cutting off these imports. Again, Russian imports under Joe Biden are up almost 40% in a year. Does any American, right now especially as they're destroying Ukraine, think that that makes sense? I think the answer is no.
Senator, is this legislation designed to be a messaging tool to the administration?
No. Well, look, it's not a messaging tool in that this is serious legislation. This is bipartisan legislation. Americans, I know this from my own constituents, U.S. senators are getting phone calls to their offices right now saying, what in the heck are you guys doing? Why would you not ban the importation of Putin's most powerful instrument, his oil? So senators are getting phone calls on this. I think what's important about this legislation, obviously, is that it's bipartisan. And Joe Biden could fix this today. He has the executive authority to ban the importation of Russian oil today.
So it directs him to do
I think this will put more pressure. You're seeing the White House every day. Watch these press conferences. They went from absolutely not to, well, let me think about it, to Jen Psaki saying, let me check my notes. I've been pressing Jake Sullivan, Tony Blinken, Lloyd Austin, heck, for the last 10 months, but in the last 2 weeks, me and many other senators on these conference calls that we have with the administration, this is the number one topic that comes up, saying we have this giant hole in our sanctions policy, and you guys can fill it by shutting down the importation of Russian oil, and then we can fill it, America, by the Biden administration getting its boot off the neck of American energy producers.
But if President Biden did act today, presumably we wouldn't be able to ramp up oil production today.
Okay, so
is that going to raise gas prices for Americans in the short term?
So this is obviously a very good question. I think you may have asked it yesterday. But what we're missing here is everybody thinks this challenge with Putin is going to be over in 2 weeks, right? This is going to be with us for years. And so we need to start reorienting to address this. Can we fix this today? we can't fix it today, but our energy sector has a very well-established ability to move energy, to get it to different refineries. You know, I mean, let me give you one other statistic. 700,000 barrels a day, almost, of Russian oil. You know how much the Keystone XL pipeline would have brought in to the United States? About 800,000 barrels from Canada. So think about that mistake. We could be getting this energy from one of our best allies. The president shut that down on day one. He also said he was going to shut down ANWR development on day one. I mean, again, the woke left cheers that. The vast majority of the average Americans, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, looks at this and says, this is literally national security suicide, and we got to stop it.
What about the long-term impacts on climate?
How confident are you the Biden administration will take on the progressive left when they've made green energy and climate change such a huge part of their agenda so far?
Well, look, it's not just taking on the far left as it relates to this national security issue. One of the probably the number one political issue facing this White House right now is inflation. And one of the biggest drivers of inflation right now are the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration. Think about it. You guys are all smart. When you come out with a policy that says let's restrict production of American energy, so you're restricting supply, let's make sure we restrict pipelines, either kill them or, like FERC just did, make it almost impossible to permit, okay? And when you have White House officials like John Kerry and Gina McCarthy literally go to Wall Street and American banks saying, don't invest in American energy, which they do. You guys should ask them about that. What do you think is going to happen? Of course, it's going to drive the price of energy up significantly. Gina McCarthy has actually said that part of what they want is higher prices so it'll, quote, accelerate the move to renewables. This is a policy that is so divorced from the needs of the average American citizen that I actually think probably within the next week, because of the domestic pressure and because of the international pressure and because of the need to do everything we can to thwart Putin, that the White House is going to stand up, face down the woke far left, and do the right thing.
Senator, so what is the message to Americans in the short term then if this policy of banning Russian oil imports could raise gas prices? I mean, what do you ask them to have an understanding that we're combating a foreign enemy and to kind of, you know...
No, our message is, A, you have an administration that's already driving up energy prices on you, okay? That's a fact. That was before the war,
right?
Okay? That was happening. B, we're coming to the rescue with regard to longer-term rational economic policies as it relates to energy. If we're producing more, you're going to see a moderation of energy prices. So, to me, the policy that we need to implement is undertaking sanctions against Russia right now and immediately looking for alternative sources produced in America. And our Canadian allies can help us with that in a significant manner, too. We don't have the Keystone XL pipeline. We have the ability to move that by rail and other means. So I think our energy sector, if it's actually supported, can surge the production, not overnight, it's a very fair question, but quickly in ways that actually really matter. And again, when you pose this to the average American, should we be producing more energy from our country? By the way, it puts people to work, our own workers. By the way, we have the highest environmental standards on the planet Earth. Or should we be importing right now more Russian oil? 99 out of 100 Americans would say you need to produce more American energy.
But in the short term, Americans should expect their prices to go up if we do ban those imports.
Well, I don't know if it's going to immediately have that impact.
So based off what you said in terms of we have the sources, is there a viable infrastructure, because as you said this will take a while, to produce that much oil, or is there additional funding needed to build that viable
Look,
infrastructure?
a lot of this, I mean, the beauty of this sector is that it doesn't need government funding. What happens, though, those policies that I just described create a chill on capital investment. And that's what you've been seeing, is that the energy companies have been saying, I'm not sure I'm going to invest in this climate where you have the FERC literally just put out an order that would almost make it impossible to export additional LNG. I mean, and that was their goal, right? And right now, they're getting a tongue lashing. I hope they, unelected bureaucrats trying to drive up energy prices on Americans and disable our ability to export LNG to our allies. All those people should be fired in my view. And maybe after this hearing, a few of them will resign. Evidently, one of them just got confirmed, made all these statements about how he was going to abide by the statutory mandate of FERC, and looks like he was being dishonest with a lot of senators. I'll take one more.
So because of that, why are you confident that producers would even be willing to ramp up production? I mean, the last 15 years, they've been basically traumatized. COVID was enough to
COVID
shut some
was
down.
a
Why are you,
look, I think that the producers know, and most Americans know, we're going to need this energy for decades. You know, we had a briefing with a bunch of the Biden administration cabinet about 4 days ago. The Secretary of Energy was pressed on this. You know what she said? She repeated 4 times that high energy prices were caused by Putin. 4 times, right? So what does that mean? She's very nervous because she knows the real truth, which is they cause high energy prices.
All right? Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you, Mike. You guys take care.
All right, we'll catch up. Можно начинать, да? Не надо.
Коллеги готовы? Да. 3, 4,
Да. Только что закончились переговоры с украинской стороной, на которых мы подробно обсудили все 3 блока вопросов. Это вопрос военный, вопрос международный, гуманитарный. И 3-й вопрос – это вопрос будущего политического урегулирования конфликта. Позиции абсолютно ясные, они записаны по пунктам. По части из них удалось найти взаимопонимание. Но главный вопрос, который решили сегодня, это вопрос спасения людей, гражданских лиц, которые оказались в зоне военных столкновений. Поэтому стороны, представители Министерства обороны Российской Федерации и Министерства обороны Украины договорились о формате режима поддержания гуманитарных коридоров для выхода гражданского населения, возможном временном прекращении боевых действий в секторе гуманитарного коридора на период выхода гражданского населения. Я считаю, что это существенный прогресс. Еще раз Российская Федерация призывает гражданских лиц, которые оказались в этой обстановке, в том случае, если боевые действия продолжаются, воспользоваться данными гуманитарными коридорами, либо сделать все возможное, чтобы боевые действия прекратились. Спасибо.
Давайте.
Вы высокий просто.
Ой. Мединский, жмешь меня?
Ну, конечно, нет.
Валуев, потом Мединский, потом я.
Да. Работал.
Завершился второй очень важный раунд российско-украинских переговоров. Удалось достигнуть понимания по архиважному вопросу гуманитарных коридоров. Конечно, еще предстоит определить механику и, в первую очередь, военным ведомствам. Но, тем не менее, нам теперь есть что ответить десяткам людей, чьи дети, родственники, родители находятся в опасных на сегодня зонах на территории Украины. Думаю, что в ближайшее время им будет предоставлена возможность безопасно эти зоны покинуть. Ничего важнее нет, поскольку это человеческие жизни. Ну и, конечно, для реализации договоренностей я не буду сегодня их озвучивать. Предстоит 3-й, не менее важный раунд переговоров в самые ближайшие дни. Потребуются парламентские усилия. Некоторые договоренности нужно будет закреплять и затем проводить процедуры национальной ратификации. Но это вопрос, может быть, не столь быстрый. И тем не менее, тянуть с реализацией тех договоренностей, которые достигнуты и будут закреплены на высшем уровне в самые ближайшие дни или, может быть, даже часы, которые будут достигнуты в ходе следующего раунда переговоров, тянуть ни в коем случае не следует. Ответственность чрезвычайно высока. Продолжаем работать.
The CPAC conference.
Zara? Yes. Almost ready. The ladies' question. Yeah. We got that, right? Is all in the bag? You have more than I have.
So what's your question? I mean, it is almost one, isn't it?
Question. 3 minutes away, yeah.
Yeah, the one.
I read it.
One was done.
Like it's gonna be late.
Yes, that's right.
Or the day calendar guy.
Yeah. This chair.
Yeah, well, that's my poster. I'm gonna look like I'm going around. Yeah, instead I'm just walking.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, good to see you too. How are you doing?
I'm good, thankful. I met this in Ukraine before I go to the house.
I know.
So God bless you. Good day.
Thank you very much. God bless you as well.
Challenging times we're in, huh?
They sure are. It's always something, right?
You know who said that?
Who?
The Rosanna Dana, the Saturday Night Live person.
Oh, really?
She played a news reporter.
Got it.
Gilda Radner.
I don't watch a lot of TV,
The earlier days of
surprisingly
Saturday
enough.
Night Live, she was funny.
Oh.
She's my favorite news reporter.
They didn't do the 2-minute, right?
No.
Thank you. So then everything's sized down.
Any minute now, right?
Oh.
You're so fun.
Yeah, it's so fun.
It'll be a miracle getting called on, you know?
Well, I wish you all the best. I'll be right back.
Completely ruining my weekend. Okay, that can sort of put me
Okay. Here we go to zero. Okay.
I think the more interesting question is C versus
That's usually a good sign.
I have a proposal for you. Sitting in the White House press room waiting for the job. I think she'll be done by 2 for the president. I'm working away on this. I am smart. I'll right by their keys to Pennsylvania and right there. Such a nice outdoor space. So I was thinking, I'll probably go up and Google my writing, so probably Dean or something like that. Oh, it's good. What time do you have to meet them? You know, it might work at 2 if you want it. If not, we could. Oh, yeah. 17. Unless there's something that's more convenient for you, I could walk when I walk out of the White House. It's closer where so let's try this. Let's aim for 2 o'clock. And what I'll do is I will. Just try to 2 o'clock would be okay. Get you out of there by 2:30 or I'm writing a story. Okay, so we have a couple things to catch up on. Your house plan here is kind of the way Getting ready for that kind of thing. This moment in time. So from the notepad, I've got a couple of them. Yeah, people want to do it. I didn't know. I did hear all my day job. At Kennedy School, we had talking on this. No, I'm sorry. I often do that. So he was here. You're going to stay here? I think I'll try the shot.
Right. And to be very light. Right. Even though, even as light as it is, I feel like you just load up that size. So it's like kind of fit from the computer, like it is. I like it. Thank you.
Scary. Oh my God. Yikes. I might be okay. I don't have
2-minute warning for briefing. 2-minute warning for briefing.
Hi, everyone. Hi, good afternoon. So nice to see everybody's beautiful faces. You too, Steve Holland, David Sanger. Just calling out some especially beautiful faces in the room. Yes, handsome devils. Okay. Just wanted to note one thing before we get started. As you all know, later today, the President will sign the Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act into law. The bill amends the Federal Arbitration Act to make it easier for victims of sexual assault or harassment to go to court instead of being forced into arbitration by their employer. This law will affect the more than 60 million workers who are subject to mandatory arbitration clauses in the workplace, often without realizing it until they come forward with a claim against their employer. President Biden has long spoken against forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts, and today marks an important milestone in empowering survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment and protecting employee rights. The bill would not have been possible without bipartisan work, including from those members of Congress who will be in attendance today, Representatives Bustos and Representative Griffith and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Graham. Also wanted to note, it is Aisha Roscoe's last day in the briefing room seat before, yes. Thank you for all of your work. And she's going on, you've already announced this. I feel like I'm announcing news, but it's been announced to host Weekend Edition for NPR as an NPR listener. I look forward to being in my sweatpants and coffee and listening to you this weekend. So congratulations and thank you for all of your work on behalf of the American people. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
All right. So I wanted to ask about oil prices.
Sure.
They're already at about $111 or so a barrel. Pelosi has come out also in support of banning Russian oil. So why keep the carve out, especially when oil, with the argument that Putin is going to not benefit from oil. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I think I do know what you're trying to say. Well, our objective and the President's objective has been to maximize impact on President Putin and Russia while minimizing impact to us and our allies and partners. And I know you've heard me say this a few times before, but we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. And that would raise prices at the gas pump for the American people around the world because it would reduce the supply available. And it's as simple as less supply raises prices. And that is certainly a big factor for the president in this at this moment. It also has the potential to pad the pockets of President Putin, which is exactly what we are not trying to do. So as the president has said, we carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sectors sanctions with that in mind. I would also note that we have been taking steps to degrade Russia's status as a leading energy supplier over time. That includes, of course, shutting down Nord Stream 2 or preventing Nord Stream 2 from operating. That's why we're surging LNG to Europe to help accelerate its diversification from Russian gas. And I think you've also seen European leaders talk about the need to reduce their reliance and to diversify. And we are continuing to look at other options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy. I mean, for us, if you look at publicly available data, it's only about 10% of our imports. But again, reducing the supply out there would have an impact on prices and on prices at the gas pump.
I guess the question is, if oil is already so expensive, isn't he already benefiting from an already costly price of oil? How does he stand to benefit if you continue to allow that?
If it reduces further, it makes it more expensive. So I think we look at it through that prism. Go ahead.
On the cost of this, I mean, the president has sort of braced American people for this, right? He's said that defending democracy and liberty is never without a cost. So is it just that banning all Russian oil and gas imports, that's just a cost that he thinks is too much for the American people to bear?
Well, I think there's two different pieces here. Banning banning Russian imports, right? Or what he has done is carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sanctions. They're slightly two different things. And the president, the volatility in the oil markets, as the president has been predicting and as you referenced, he talked about in the speech he gave last week, is a direct result of the fact that President Putin invaded Ukraine, and that has created volatility. One of the big reason, of course, that the president announced the release of the 30 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and the coordinated release is to address that and ensure we are doing what we can to put more in the marketplace. But again, his prism he looks at this through is how can we maximize impact on President Putin while minimizing it on the American people.
And President Zelensky has called on Russia to be stripped of its ability to vote in the UN Security Council. Does the U.S. want Russia to be removed as a permanent member?
We don't see that happening. We certainly understand they have a permanent seat on the Security Council. Of course, that is why it's so particularly disturbing that Russia, given its particular responsibility for upholding the UN Charter, is actively subverting the Charter and abusing its position. The fact is they have a permanent, we're really focused on isolating them, on isolating Russia and holding them accountable. And as you know, that's what we and our allies are focused on doing. Go ahead.
President Zelensky is calling again for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Is that something you're giving any thought to at all?
Again, the reason why that has not been a step the president has been willing to take or we have been interested in taking is because a no-fly zone requires implementation. It would require essentially the U.S. military shooting down Russian planes and prompting a potential direct war with Russia, the exact step that we want to avoid.
When the president of Finland visits tomorrow, does the president want to talk to him about joining NATO?
Well, the president is looking forward to welcoming the president of Finland tomorrow to the White House to continue their conversations about enhancing our strong bilateral relations. I would note that they have spoken twice in the last few months, once on December 13th and again on January 18th. I would expect they will discuss the U.S.-Finnish defense relationship, which is very strong and in fact complements Finland's close partnership with NATO. Along with Sweden, Finland's status is as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance, which helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But it remains for any country, up to that country and up to members of NATO to determine any path forward there.
Lastly, Russia's been cracking down on independent media and dissent at home. What's your reaction to that?
We have seen that and are deeply concerned. Let me give you some specific examples because as journalists yourself, I think you will hear it as quite jarring. One moment, sorry, I just want to find all the specifics in here. Thank you for your patience. 1 second. Okay. The Kremlin right now is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and the truth. Let me give you some examples. Today, independent media sites such as Echo Moscow Radio and TV Rain are off the air and threaten to block, they kicked them off the air, and they threaten to block online platforms such as VOA Russia. We've seen Russia prohibit Russian media from referring to what they are doing in Ukraine as, quote, a war, or, quote, an invasion, or, quote, an attack. They are banning their use of terms even, allowing media to use only government-sourced information to report on the war. They've called a special session of the parliament to consider a bill to make unofficial reporting on Russia's further invasion punishable by up to 15 years in prison. They've arrested more than 7,300 protesters, some immediately after they began to protest Putin's war of choice. They have blocked and shut down social media sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and they've limited the amount of dollars citizens can take out of the country. What they are trying to do is block any information about what they are doing to invade a sovereign country, and they're taking severe steps to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Just follow up. Is the administration moving closer to banning Russian oil imports?
I don't have any assessment of that for you. I just wanted to note the difference between them, or that there are several different components of options.
I guess the question is, what's the calculus in waiting if it's ultimately the step that the United States is going to take?
Well, there's a policy process that is undergone for any decision that is made. Sometimes those move rapidly, and often there are a range of factors that are discussed as those decisions are made.
The Pentagon noted today that Russian convoy that's about 40 miles at least long is still stalled, largely, they believe.
Yeah.
Does the president still think, though, that ultimately Russia is successfully going to take Kyiv?
That continues to be their aspiration. I think the Pentagon also noted that they now have 90% of their military combat power pre-staged at the Ukrainian border is now in Ukraine. They've launched more than 480 missiles at Ukraine in the invasion. That's about up from 450 since Thursday. So they are continuing to take aggressive steps and move towards their ultimate objective, which is taking over Kyiv and taking over the country.
Any assessment on timing for that?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any situation where President Biden would sit down with President Putin in person again, so long as Russian forces are in Ukraine?
I can't make an assessment of that, Caitlin. Right now, they're invading a sovereign country and continuing to escalate every day. We're never going to take diplomacy ever off the table, but again, now's not the moment for that.
But why not rule out an in-person meeting if his forces are in Ukraine, a sovereign country?
Again, we have discussions internally about what the best steps are to de-escalate what is clearly a horrific conflict on the ground. Now is not the moment. We're not planning a meeting between them or an engagement or a call. The president's been very, very clear about that. But we'll have those discussions internally and weigh the range of factors. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We understand that new U.S. sanctions against oligarchs are going to be announced this afternoon.
Yeah.
Individual oligarchs might be named.
Yes.
How is the White House choosing which oligarchs to sanction? Do you start with the richest ones or the ones with the closest ties to Vladimir Putin?
We look at one of the big factors is, of course, the proximity to President Putin. We want him to feel the squeeze. We want the people around him to feel the squeeze. I don't believe this is going to be the last set of oligarchs. Making them a priority and a focus of our individual sanctions is something the president has been focused on.
And I understand that a travel ban is going to be one component of this announcement. What about oligarchs who are already here? Will they have to leave the country immediately?
Let me check on that for you. I think we'll have some sort of backgrounder on this to get you more details, and the president will have more specifics himself in about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how close we are in time.
Okay. The president announced the other night a ban on Russian aircraft traveling over U.S. airspace. As far as you know, have there been any incursions on U.S. airspace by the Russians since then? And what would the U.S. do if a Russian aircraft were to violate that airspace?
I'm not aware of any incursions. I'm certainly happy to check on that, and I can check. I'd really point you to the FAA on that, but and I'll see if there's more we can offer.
Okay, and then finally, we all saw the news about the January 6th committee and their belief that there was criminal activity. I wanted to get your reaction to that, and also, does the president believe that former Vice President Pence should volunteer to testify before the committee?
Well, let me first reiterate something you heard the president say. The former president subverted the Constitution in an attempt to overturn a lawful and fair election. His actions represent a unique and existential threat to our democracy. And the president has been clear that these events warrant a full investigation. Part of this is what we're seeing play out and what you just mentioned and has been reported over the course of the morning. We, of course, respect the independence of the Department of Justice. That gives confidence to the American people. That's how it should always be. And they will make a decision about how to move from here. As it relates to Vice President Pence, I would say the president believes that anyone who is asked should participate in the process of getting to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On gas, you just said that less supply raises prices. It's not in our strategic interest to reduce the supply. Yeah. We also know, the president as recently as yesterday talked about increasing domestic manufacturing to bring down prices on inflated items like goods. So why not apply the same logic to energy and increase domestic production here?
Well, there are 9,000 approved oil leases that the oil companies are not tapping into currently, so I would ask them that question.
Is there nothing that the administration can do to get those providers back to pre-pandemic levels?
Do you think the oil companies don't have enough money to drill on the places that have been pre-approved?
Just asking.
I would point that question to them, and we can talk about it more tomorrow when you learn more.
Do you think that opening the Keystone pipeline and having more energy-friendly policies might do that?
The Keystone pipeline has never been operational. It would take years for that to have any impact. I know a number of members of Congress have suggested that, but that is a proposed solution that has no relationship or would have no impact on what the problem is. We here all agree is an issue.
So during those years where it would take to bring down prices, as you're saying, we should just continue to buy Russian oil?
Well, again, Jackie, I think you're familiar with a number of steps we've taken, a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. What we can, let me finish. What we can do over time, and what this is all a reminder of in the President's view, is our need to reduce our reliance on oil. The Europeans need to do that. We need to do that. If we do more to invest in clean energy, more to invest in other sources of energy, that's exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening in the future. We welcome any Republicans from joining us in that effort. Go ahead.
As long as we're buying Russian oil, though, aren't we financing the war?
Well, Jackie, again, it's only about 10% of what we're importing. I've not made any announcement about any decision on that front, but our objective here and our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people. And anyone who's calling for an end to the carve-out should be clear that that would raise prices. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the oligarch sanctions, I know they haven't even been announced yet,
Yeah.
but I'm wondering if you could tell us, like, if there are criteria that you've laid out for them to eventually get unsanctioned. So the idea being that you would incentivize them to pressure Vladimir Putin to end the war by laying out certain criteria that would essentially get them unsanctioned.
That's an interesting question. I mean, right now, obviously, we're in the middle of an invasion, so I don't think now is the moment where we are giving anybody that sort of an off-ramp, but I can certainly check if there's more that we have conveyed to them.
What about the broader universal sanctions? I mean, same answer, that there's no real criteria being laid out of like what steps the Kremlin needs to take for them to get unsanctioned.
I mean, I think right in this moment, they're marching toward Kyiv with a convoy and continuing to take reportedly barbaric steps against the people of Ukraine. So no, now is not the moment where we are offering options for reducing sanctions.
And then one more on the domestic front. Senator Manchin had laid out something of a counteroffer to what the president had described during the State of the Union on his domestic agenda. It was involving deficit reduction, tax reform, and drug price cuts and some climate provisions. Have you heard from him about his ideas, or is there communication, and what did you think, what did the White House think of that proposal from Senator Manchin?
There have been ongoing communications with every member of the Senate, Democratic Senate, and many, many, many Republicans. I'm not going to detail those from here. The president has conveyed that he sees a lot of components where there should be broad agreement on in what he has proposed. And he talked about them the other night. Some of them is the ability to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. Everybody thinks the cost of prescription drugs should be lower. The president certainly believes in taking steps to reduce the deficit. This government, we reduced the deficit over the course of last year. That's something he already has a record of doing, and obviously taking steps to make the tax system more fair is something he believes in. But there are a lot of components that there's a lot of passion behind on Capitol Hill, and there need to just be continued conversations about that. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the emergency funding request that's sent up to the Hill this morning. About a third of it would go toward medical countermeasures, the antivirals the president talked about, the State of the Union, the antibodies. Do you see us getting to a point where the availability of these treatments might mean that vaccine requirements are neither necessary nor justifiable?
I don't think I can make a prediction of that at this point in time. I mean, the vaccine is still the best and most effective way, and the doctors will say this, right, to protect people from hospitalization and death. The pills are certainly an important development, scientific development, but the best step anyone can take continues to be to get vaccinated.
A quick question, follow-up to Jordan's here about Manchin's proposal to Build Back Better. The Manchin says is dead. Is the transformation formalized here? Is it no longer Build Back Better, now Building a Better America?
That is formal. But no one cares about the name in the American public. They care about what's in it and what it's going to do. And so that's what we're most focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. I have a couple. I want to try one more on the potential oil ban.
Yep.
It feels like, because you now have Republicans and Democrats calling on the administration to ban oil from Russia. As you've laid out, there are a range of different options under consideration. What would the administration need to see in order to make a final decision?
Need to see how? Tell me more.
Happening on the ground. What would need to happen in order to prompt a final decision on an oil ban?
I don't know that we look at it exactly through that prism. Obviously, we have not held back in taking significant historic steps that are crippling the Russian economy right now. I think there's no question about that, and the president has led the world in doing exactly that. But what factor we're looking at here is the impact on the gas pump for Americans. And reduction of supply in the marketplace, a reduction of global supply would have an impact on raising prices. So that's the prism we look at it through.
There are some interim steps that could be taken instead of a full outright ban that would potentially mitigate the costs on gas prices. Is there a sense that this is at a tipping point and that some of those interim options?
We are continuing, Kristen, to look at other options. We could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but in the context of maintaining a steady global supply of energy. So that's what we're trying to balance.
Okay, let me ask you, is there any discussion about sharing U.S. intelligence with the Ukrainians about what is happening on the ground in real time?
We have been sharing it real time.
You have been. Okay. And is there a sense that the communication has been enough to give them what they need in order to be in a defensive posture, in order to fend off the Russian forces to the best of their abilities, to the extent that they can?
Well, without getting too far into details of what we do, for obvious reasons, we have consistently been sharing intelligence that includes information the Ukrainians can use to inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That has been ongoing, and reports that suggest otherwise are inaccurate.
The world is watching as this convoy is lined up outside of Kyiv. Mm-hmm. The U.S. has been very clear you're not going to send in military forces. Is there anything the West can do to stop the convoy in its tracks short of military action? Are there any possibilities that are under discussion?
Well, one of the reasons the president pushed to expedite the delivery or the approval and delivery of a security package over the weekend was to give them, the Ukrainians, more support. More equipment, more defensive weapons to utilize in this moment. But we are not reconsidering or taking steps that would prompt a war between the United States and Russia.
And if I could, there was a little bit of breaking news as we were coming out here. You may or may not be aware of it. Ukraine has said it's agreed with Russia to create safe corridors backed by ceasefires to evacuate civilians, deliver aid. Is the U.S. aware of this? Will the U.S. assist in this? What can you tell us?
We will continue to assist efforts supported by the Ukrainians. I obviously haven't talked to our national security team about this yet. I will venture to do that, and we can get you all any more specifics from here after the briefing, if that's helpful. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Putin spoke today with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about the sanctions Russia is facing and specifically about global energy supply. Given the volatility of oil prices, does President Biden have any plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I would note Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to Saudi Arabia to talk about a range of issues, including global energy markets, as well as Yemen. And we will continue to have a range of ways we engage with the Saudis.
The president has no plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And President Zelensky has said Russia's actions clearly constitute a war crime. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson also said that Russia's targeting of civilians fully qualifies as a war crime. The president wouldn't go that far when he was asked yesterday. Why has he been reluctant to label Russia's actions a war crime?
Well, there is a process, and we have stood up a process internally, an internal team to assess and look at and evaluate evidence of what we're seeing happen on the ground. That is a standard part of our process in the U.S. government. I would note that we work very closely with our international partners, and we will provide any information that we surface through that process. I think we've seen on the ground that reports of a range of barbaric tactics, of reports of targeting civilians. That's all factors that we look at. And again, that process that has been stood up would provide any information to the ICC or any other international body taking a look at this. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Are there any discussions now, or have you guys had in recent days, I guess it feels like weeks, with European allies about preparing staging zones for Ukrainian insurgency, perhaps to provide training, other assistance?
Well, right now our focus is on supporting the current Ukrainian government and leadership, and that includes expediting assistance, expediting military defense assistance, engaging closely with them, and we'll stay focused there.
Representative Adam Smith today on MSNBC said that the United States, providing some intelligence to the Ukrainians, but not providing the type of real-time and targeting facing U.S. military getting in war. So why is arming the Ukrainians with Stingers and Javelins appropriate, but not providing them targeting intelligence for those weapons?
Well, I think this is similar to what Kristen just asked. I would just say that there have been a range of reports out there that are false. We can't get into details of all of our intelligence sharing for obvious reasons, but we've continued and consistently shared a significant amount of detailed, timely intelligence on Russia's plans and activities with the Ukrainian government to help Ukrainians defend themselves. We've been doing that for months. This includes information that should help them inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That's what's happening or has been happening. Go ahead, Aisha.
Thank you. I know people have asked a lot about, the price of oil, but I want to come at it in a little bit of a different way. The fact is that the price of oil is high. It is very unlikely to go down anytime soon, and more than likely will go up. What is the White House looking at? I know that there was the strategic release of oil, but are there other things that the White House is looking at to help consumers at the pump? Maybe to, direct subsidies, maybe more biofuels, maybe easing the Jones Act. Oh, look, what is the plan for Americans who are going to have to be living with these high oil prices?
Well, I would say first on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it first goes to an auction and it's a process that will proceed, and a lot of that will happen over the course of the coming weeks. So we haven't seen, obviously, all of the direct impact of the announcement that was just made 2 days ago. But a range of options remain on the table. I can't get into all the details of those, but the president is quite focused on making sure that we are taking steps to reduce the impact, to ensure there's supply necessary out there. Obviously, tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is part of that, engaging with global partners around the world who may be big global suppliers about putting more oil in the system. That is part of the discussion. And sure, there are a range of domestic options, but there have been ongoing discussions and considerations. Some of that you saw with the announcement of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve released just 2 nights ago.
What does the White House say to American consumers? Like, should American consumers right now be thinking, okay, I'm going to have to pay a lot more at the pump going forward? Should they be taking that into consideration when they're buying cars? Or, should they try to buy more fuel-efficient cars or saving their money? Like, what should they be doing practically at this moment, considering the price of gas is going to affect them?
Of course it is, as I've been saying, and that's why we've been focused on it for weeks, if not months, to ensure we are taking every step. The president is taking every step to reduce that impact. The release of his Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 30 million barrels that he announced just the other night. Again, that process is just starting. It's a bit of a process to get that going, and that will hopefully have an impact on getting more supply out there. But we would say directly to consumers, the president is going to do everything we can to reduce the impact, to make sure that we are working with our partners around the world to address the volatility in the global oil markets, to consider a range of options that he can continue to take to reduce the impact that they're feeling at the pump. And this has been front and center on his mind since the beginning of this conflict.
There was a call with Quad leaders today. India has a military relationship with Russia. Was that discussed at all, or is there talk of talking to India about that relationship that it has with Russia? Is there anything that the U.S. plans to do on that?
Well, what I can tell you about the call, and we'll have a more comprehensive readout soon if it's not already out, is that the president felt it was a constructive conversation. He asked members, he suggested, or they all discussed, I should say, having members of their national security team follow up from there. But I'm not going to get into more details about the conversation beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Pivoting to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Can you respond to some of the criticisms that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell laid out about Ketanji Brown Jackson? I think he said that she won't shun court packing and that she's only had 2 opinions on the D.C. Circuit level.
Sure. So as I think you're referencing, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has obviously started to have meetings on Capitol Hill that have been ongoing. I would note that as it relates to the first question, the Constitution is clear that the number of justices is a question for Congress, not the judiciary. And a number of you have actually pointed out this morning that during Justice Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing, she was asked a question about court packing or court enlargement, and she said, quote, "That is a question left open to Congress." I'd also note that yesterday, Senator McConnell also said that there was, quote, no question that Judge Jackson was qualified for the Supreme Court. And earlier in the day, he said they'd had a good meeting. I think there's no question that as a judge who has been confirmed 3 times by the Senate, someone who has a long record as both a jurist who has ruled in the direction of Democrats and Republicans, that she is someone who is eminently qualified for this job, which is why the president nominated her.
One more on the State of the Union.
Yeah.
The president repudiated the phrase defund the police, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the genesis of that line in the speech. Was it about rising crime in American cities or Republican attacks? And there's also been criticism, that he did not talk about police accountability more in the State of the Union. I wonder if you can respond to that as well.
Sure. Well, on the first part of the question, that's been the president's view for decades. He's never been a supporter of defunding the police. He made that clear on the campaign. There has been attempts to mischaracterize his position and the position of, frankly, a number of his Democratic colleagues. And yes, it is true that in the State of the Union, the president felt it was important to speak to safe communities, the steps that he would continue to support to ensure there was funding for local police departments. But that has been his position for decades. It was simply a restatement of that. On the second part of your question, I would say that the president has been clear many times that he believes that we need to continue to ensure police departments have the funding they need, that there are strong relationships and partnerships built with communities, but that there also needs to be steps that are taken to ensure there are accountability measures put in place. He was a strong supporter of the bipartisan discussion about police reform that unfortunately stalled, but remains, a consideration of an executive order remains under consideration. I would also note that there are a number of steps that the Department of Justice has taken, banning chokeholds, et cetera, at the federal level that the president is proud that has happened in his administration. Go ahead.
Jen, I wanted to return to this question of finding off-ramps for Putin that we discussed. So from your many years in the State Department in a situation like this, that's the first thing that diplomats begin to try to think about. You need something face-saving if you were going to get him to reduce the amount of violence and going into Ukraine. What kind of ideas are you kicking around here that might provide a way for him to find a more graceful way out of this before you've got the kind of large-scale civilian casualties you're clearly worried about?
Yeah, I think, David, we have provided many off-ramps to President Putin through the course of the last several months. There have been a range of discussions about transparency measures, about positions of missile defense systems that have been undertaken for the last several weeks. It's going to be very hard to have for diplomacy to succeed without military de-escalation. And whatever we do, we're going to do that in lockstep with our partners and allies. Secretary Blinken is leaving today for Brussels. He's going to meet with NATO, the EU, and the G7 allies and partners to continue our close coordination before heading to Poland, Moldova, and the Baltic countries. But again, our effort and our focus right now is continue to work with our allies and partners to implement these sanctions, put the pressure on, and leave the door open to diplomacy, of course. But it's difficult to do that in the middle of a war.
So if there is de-escalation, if you could get a ceasefire, for example, before Kiev turned into more of a ruin, is the administration willing to then suspend some of the sanctions that they recently announced?
I'm not going to lay out conditions from here. I think those are conversations, the range of conversations, if there are de-escalatory steps that we would have with our European partners. And obviously, Secretary Blinken will be playing a front and center role in doing exactly that.
One last one for you. President Zelensky, in a news conference he gave a few hours ago, said that the West should recognize that where Putin is headed toward, he said, was Berlin. I mean, his point being that he wanted to take this war beyond Ukraine. Is that the administration's current assessment based on what Putin has said in public, in his conversations with Macron, with the president, and so forth?
Well, I think we all watched the speech, which now feels like it was a year ago, but was only last week, where he made clear he had broad ambitions of what he wanted to achieve. It is also true, though, that NATO has never been more unified, thanks in part to President Putin's aggression. And there are a range of countries that are exactly in that region who are NATO partners and allies. And President Putin would have to make a decision to go into a country where there is a NATO alliance, where there's Article 5 obligations, should he decide he wants to proceed beyond. So I don't have a new assessment from here other than...
If you go to Moldova or Georgia, they're not NATO members.
Certainly, I understand that. But, again, David, I don't have a new assessment to offer. But we are also closely watching, of course, what President Putin does and is doing since he delivered that speech last week. But I don't have anything new beyond what he has himself said publicly. Go ahead.
Pivoting back to the President's State of the Union speech, on Tuesday he said that he wants to secure our border and fix the immigration system. That's a bit of a shift from last year's speech to Congress, where he spoke more about trying to find the root causes of why people are migrating. Why was there this sort of shift in messaging, kind of focusing on securing the border? And is that a new priority, or have priorities changed on immigration for the administration?
No, I would say first the bill that the president proposed on his first day in office included smarter security and border protections, and also included a more humane path for migrants entering the country. Both of those remain priorities for the president. He believes that the immigration system is broken. It's long overdue to fix it. He also believes, and worked on this very closely as vice president, that addressing the root causes is one of the central steps we need to remain focused on, even as we're trying to address the current circumstances at the border.
Then why was it important for the president to say advocate for securing our border? I know he's been criticized heavily, by Republicans, by certain folks on, how he's handled immigration at the border. So is that important for him to say?
Well, that's part of his bill that he proposed, so it's consistent with his policies.
And one last question: has there been any discussion on ending Title 42? I know we've talked. The president even talked about it on Tuesday about how we're moving past the pandemic. This is obviously a policy that's been kept in place because of the pandemic. Has there been any discussions on ending that?
Well, that is a decision for the CDC to make. I believe Dr. Walensky said yesterday that she's reviewing that decision, so I can't get ahead of any decision she makes, but she is looking at that, and that's an assessment they make from the CDC. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Back to the oligarchs and the sanctions. You had said earlier that you want Putin to feel the squeeze and the people around him to feel the squeeze. How does the administration feel that these sanctions could actually change his behavior and result in de-escalation? What evidence is there that the sanctions like this would work for what you want to achieve right now?
Well, it's a factor. It's not the only factor, right? But what we're talking about here is seizing their assets, seizing their yachts, making it harder for them to send, their children to colleges and universities in the West. These are significant steps that will impact the people who are closely around President Putin. It's not the only step we're taking. Obviously, the financial sanctions and the steps we've taken have crippled the financial sector so much in Russia that they've kept the stock market closed for a couple of days. So it's just an effort to get close to the people around President Putin.
Canada announced a new program to expedite refugee arrivals and says there's no limit on how many can apply. Is there a conversation in the administration about raising the refugee cap to accommodate Ukrainians that would want to come here?
I have to check and see if the cap would actually need to be raised. We have said that we continue to be open to receiving refugees, of course, that what our focus is on, given the vast majority of them have expressed an interest in going to European countries and neighboring countries, is being the largest provider of humanitarian assistance in the world, something that we increased over the course of the last several days, and Samantha Power made an announcement about that, and continuing to provide assistance that way. But we remain open as well. I think it's just, again, important to note what the preferences of the vast majority of the refugees who are leaving Ukraine. Go ahead. Oh, we got to wrap up in a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, President Zelensky earlier said, calling for a no-fly zone again, said, if you don't have the strength to close the sky, then give me planes. Is the United States open to sending more air support to Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to get into more details of what the Department of Defense may or may not consider, but what I will tell you is that we have continued to provide a range of defensive assistance, something we have increased, only increased over the last several days, but we are not considering taking steps that would put us in direct conflict with Russia.
Is there any concern with, you laid out the explanation for why steering clear of sanctioning Russia's energy sector at this point. Is part of the calculation in terms of how much to ratchet up, worrying that Putin will at some point determine that the U.S. has already joined the conflict everywhere but the battlefield and will retaliate. Is that a factor in the administration's decision-making in terms of how far to go, or is that already
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the sense that Putin may retaliate against the United States, whether through a cyber attack, some other measure, is trying to avoid that and trying to maybe not go past a certain line potentially. Is that something that
I
the
would say that the sanctions, the financial sanctions that we have issued are on par with what we have done to Iran. They are significant, they are historic, and they are crippling the sector. So I don't think we have held back in any capacity, aside from making sure we're prioritizing the impact on the American people. So no, I would not say that's how we view it. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We'll do this again tomorrow, and we'll be here. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I forgot I don't have a mask. I looked. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
it's an impressive group that we put together here, but we're also united. And basically, if we can't show the uniting support that we have for Ukraine and backing Ukraine, and making sure our allies, NATO allies, know how supportive we are and that we're united behind them too and protecting them. If we can't do that here, that's going to be very hard to have them holding lines together, and that's been always my concern. I've said this as a young person. I think I'm the oldest person here. No. Let me just say, I've never been more concerned since the Cuban Missile Crisis. As a young 15-year-old, I remember that vividly. And man, we were scared, I mean really scared of what could happen because we knew the effects of a nuclear war. I'm as concerned now about what this could escalate into if we don't do what we're doing now and stop. And hopefully he will understand the economics of this to his country and the detriment to his own country and Putin. So with that, I think we can show solidarity here, but also we can make a difference. It also shows you the fragility of energy in the markets around the world and what we're dealing with. The United States has the ability to backfill and help all of our allies around the world as they use this energy as a weapon. But we have to make sure that we're doing ours. We do it cleaner than anybody else. We do it in a better fashion than anybody else. And we have the ability with the reserves to do much more during this crisis, time of crisis. So I hope we all take that in consideration. So we're going to step up, and we're asking the government to step up. I've spoken to most of the largest CEOs, petroleum CEOs in the United States. They basically are all over the world. They have markets over the world. They have their tentacles everywhere in the world. And spoke to all of them, and I asked them, I said, I want you to do everything you possibly can. They said, we have basically started aggressively pulling back all of our investments and pulling back all of our dependency on Russian products. That's great. I applaud them for that. And I said, I need you to do something else. I need you to make sure you make a commitment that basically the United States economy and the citizens of the United States will not be impacted because of corporate profits or shareholders' profits, whatever it would be, during this period of time of crisis. They all said this is a matter of national unity for us too. And I was very proud to hear that. So I'm going to say that everyone seems to be very much on board 100%. And supporting this effort. So with that, I have no
We're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Kristen, let's go. Kristen, let's go.
We're looking hard, and I think we found some answers. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you. out there?
Good afternoon.
All right. Before I begin the cabinet meeting today, just waiting for everybody to get in. I don't want to keep anybody out there.
Good afternoon.
All right. Before I begin the cabinet meeting today, I want to give you an update on Ukraine. We continue to impose very severe, well, at least it's in the middle, we'll drop in the middle. Shouldn't be, you know, the severe economic sanctions on Putin and all those folks around him, choking off access to technology as well as cutting off access to the global financial system. It's had a profound impact already. And the goal was to maximize the impact on Putin and Russia and to minimize the harm on us and our allies and friends around the world. Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign that on Putin in all history. And I think we're well on the way to doing that. In the State of the Union address, I announced that the Department of Justice is going after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. The Attorney General spoke to that earlier, and who line their pockets with Russian people's money, and while Ukraine and the people are hiding in subways from missiles that are being fired indiscriminately in Russian cities. Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates. And we're going to continue to support Ukrainian people with direct assistance. I had a meeting this morning with the quartet down in Southeast Asia, including India and Japan. And we're going to continue to support the people with direct assistance. And on Tuesday night at the Capitol, we saw America united in support of Ukraine and in our work to hold Putin accountable. And now to today's meeting, we're going to discuss how we're going to keep the economy growing by bringing costs down for the American people, as well as we know that people are feeling the pinch. And we're going to do everything we can to make everyday things more accessible and more affordable for the American people. And we're also going to discuss the unity agenda I announced, and there was broad bipartisan agreement, trying to end the opioid epidemic, ending cancer as we know it, providing support for veterans and mental health, especially for our children. The response, as you all know, because I've read your polls, have been overwhelming on all 4 of those issues, and because they're of great concern to the American people. And today, I have progress to announce on 2 of them. Just this morning, the House passed a bill to provide health care to veterans suffering from toxic exposure like burn pits. And 34 Republicans joined with Democrats to make bipartisan progress on this project. Keeping our sacred obligation that we have to veterans who, when we send to war and they come home, we care for them. And when it comes to the mental health of our children, today I'm instructing the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services to develop initial guidance to schools that will help them provide mental health support for students in our schools. And this is going to include enabling schools to use Medicaid funds to deliver those important services. And because to me, the State of the Union was more than a speech to me. It was an action plan to lower costs, to address our critical needs, and as for the American people, because they're confused out there, understandably. The world is changing so rapidly. And we have a lot to cover in this meeting today, but I'm going to invite my friends in the press to depart in a minute. But the bottom line is, I meant what I said when I said I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic if we use the kind of ability to unite the country, I think it exists, and I think we saw at the State of the Union. I don't think there's anything we can't do. I really don't. We are at one of those inflection points in world history where we have an opportunity. If we act swiftly and we act with courage, we can change the dynamic the world is moving toward. If we don't, we're going to be in real trouble. And but I think it presents an opportunity as well as a problem. Like I said, my mother used to always say, out of everything bad, something good if you look hard enough for it. And we're looking hard, and I think we found some answers. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Kristen, let's go. Kristen, let's go. Let's go, guys. Hey, guys, let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Out the door. Come on. Turn around. Out the door. Thank you. Guys, out the door. Let's go. Thank you. Will you ban Russia? Kristen, let's go. He said no. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
He didn't say, actually. He didn't say anything, right? Thank you. What? He didn't answer anything. He didn't answer anything. He didn't say what? Megan said you said no.
I don't think he did. I don't think he
didn't respond to anything.
Yeah.
She said he said no.
I don't think he said anything.
She's right.
Putin brings everybody.
Yeah, listen. You've done something Putin nobody else could do. And so I want to thank Joe and the whole squad up here for getting us behind an idea that's long overdue but not too late. So this will be a significant blow to Putin's war machine. A crippling blow would be if other countries would follow our lead. So here's my call. Listen to what we're doing here in America and follow us to the extent you can. Lisa mentioned suing for peace. Putin's never going to sue for peace. How does this end? Eventually, the Russian people are going to have to decide to get rid of this guy. As long as he's your leader, you're going nowhere. The world has turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to war crimes and murder and thievery for the past 20 years. The Ukrainian people have broken that cycle. None of us are going to treat this like Syria, which was a disaster, where we pump our, beat our chest and forget about it. This is about to become an insurgency. Cities will fall, but the Ukrainian people will not fall. So this is an emergency declaration. It's a really smart idea, Joe. This is a national emergency. We're going to suspend Russian imports of oil during the emergency. Well, I'm here to tell you this is going to go for a very long time. This won't be weeks. This could be years. And what I hope will happen over time is that the world will follow our lead here. If you hit him in the energy, the oil, gas sector of his economy, he will fail. Never in the history of warfare has a bad guy been so exposed as Putin is today. The revenue from oil and gas keeps him afloat. If we can isolate the oil and gas sector, produce more here at home, that will do more to end this war than any single thing I can think of.
Rob? Well, John first. John, Rob.
Well, I'd like you to echo the gratitude of everybody to getting the band back together again.
Yeah,
Thanks,
okay.
Joe. Lisa. You know what? In 2021, we imported about 700,000 barrels of Russian petroleum products per day. At present prices, that's pretty close to $75 million a day. That's going to fund their war machine. And I think the U.S., as the leader of the free world, and I'm old enough, Joe, remember when we used to talk about America leading the free world? Well, one thing you can certainly say about Joe Biden is he has unified the free world in a way that has never happened before. NATO's never been so unified. Switzerland is now on board with this. And I think if more people figure out that they can follow America's lead in banning the import of Russian oil in response to Putin's heinous actions, it will make a significant difference and will accelerate the end of this tragedy. You know, my beef, and I feel I have a very good friend in Denver who did 2 years in the Peace Corps in Ukraine. So I've been he's been talking to me for the last several months. And the beef is not with the Russian people. It's with Putin. And I think the sooner the Russian people recognize that the world is against their leader, that there will be, that opportunity will come and there will be a change. But until then, we've got to do everything we can in this country to make sure that we cut off those imports. It's going to accelerate the transition we're already seeing from into sun-driven energy and wind-driven energy, water-driven energy. That acceleration is only going to help make us more independent from these types of situations. Anyway, who's?
Rob.
So it's nighttime in Ukraine, and we will again see horrific images on our TV screens of artillery fire, missiles being fired into cities like Kharkiv and Kyiv. They're hitting apartment buildings, they're hitting hospitals, they're hitting daycare centers. Yesterday, they even damaged the Holocaust Memorial in Kyiv. This is indiscriminate shelling that is killing thousands of civilians. The numbers we have don't tell the whole story because there are people who are under rubble who we can't count. There are children, babies who are in NICU units that have had to leave the hospitals who we haven't counted. This is an atrocity. And the United States of America has an opportunity here, not just to lead the free world, but to help Ukraine more. And one way we can help the people of Ukraine more is to tighten the noose on the Putin economy. Oil and gas, fossil fuels is number one. John McCain's famous saying, this is a country of thugs that runs a big gas station. Without those oil and gas revenues, the Russian economy definitely craters. So between 50 and 70 million bucks a day going to Russia, why does that make sense? So of course I support this effort, and I thank Joe and Lisa and Fitz, the House members, Josh, who are with us today, because this is important that we be bipartisan, bicameral, and actually get something done here. It's not just about talking. This is about a crisis. People are dying. I was in Ukraine for the last congressional delegation. Gene Shaheen and I led it. It was in January. The people we met with are now in bunkers, fearing for their lives. I've been to the line of contact. The soldiers I met are now under fire. Some of them are dead. These are the people who have turned to us. I was in Cleveland on Sunday night at a rally. 1,000 people showed up in Cleveland, Ohio, Ukrainians, but also Latvians and Lithuanians and Poles and people from all over Eastern and Central Europe supporting this effort, knowing that they've been under the thumb of Russia before and the Soviet Union before, and they're not going to put up with it. They're going to fight. But instead of having them fight to the death, we need to help them be able to fight and survive and to be able to win. So I thank you guys for what you're doing here. I'm strongly in support of it. We need to do much more. By the way, Russia has most favored nation trading status with us. They're in the World Trade Organization, so we give them a preferential trade status with the United States of America. That needs to end. And we need to ask every country around the world to also end that status. That would actually increase the tariff on oil, by the way, among other things. But it's critical that we not just go on as if this is business as usual. Again, tonight, as these bombs are raining down on these cities and killing civilians, we need, at the very least, to do everything we can to tighten that noose to ensure that the people of Russia at some point say, enough. Yet, we're not going to do this. We're not going to be killing our innocent neighbors and suffering these economic consequences. We're going to do something about the corrupt government in Moscow. Thank you guys for doing this.
Well, I'm going to read something that just came out. The White House Deputy Secretary, Press Secretary, which I hope spoke on their own behalf and nobody else's behalf, basically said we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. That would raise prices at the gas pump for Americans. They're so wrong, so wrong. But if there's an inconvenience, because we have to basically change the corporate model of where you get the products to do what they want to do and how they blend, there's other places in the world other than Putin. And when you talk about an inconvenience, can you imagine if you lived in Ukraine right now? I think it's a little bit more than this is life or death. And if they can't show that we can make some sacrifices in order to support them and stop the aggressions of this horrible dictator. And these are innocent people. What Rob just told you, we're seeing kids who are getting basically cancer treatment. And unbelievable, having a hard time getting a sterile place to do it. All of us, I mean, my goodness, for the sake of humankind, this is not right. And for us to think it might be an inconvenience, it's going to inconvenience people, it's going to be, but we don't have an interest in reducing. First of all, we don't have to reduce. We can basically produce whatever needs to be produced. We just do our job. Get back to 12 million barrels a day. Doesn't displace anybody or anything. I don't know what we're waiting on. What was there such a big problem? We have the natural gas, more natural gas in almost any place in the world, next to the Middle East. But yet, if that's basically the desire that this press secretary, I'm not even saying this administration, but this press secretary, or deputy press secretary, whoever it may be, put out a statement like this, it's irresponsible. Irresponsible.
Joe, let me just add on that, because I think it needs to be reinforced that our legislation is not a global ban on Russian oil and gas. It is just domestic. Now, there's been press reports out there that if there were a global ban, it would have a definite increase in the price. We would see it here in this country as they would in Europe and in other places. This is domestic for purposes of this emergency. And so I think you got a deputy press secretary that perhaps has not looked at our actual ban on domestic import from Russia.
I spoke, I'll just give you a few of the corporations that we spoke to and making sure that we understood, or they understood. Conoco, Exxon, Chevron, Shell, Occidental, and Valero. Those are the biggest of the biggest that basically support the American market. They've all committed to do everything humanly possible to adjust wherever their sourcing may be, but have committed that basically they will absolutely pull away from Russian products. That's a strong statement from them. And do it by minimizing, if not affecting the markets here, because they have to make some logistic changes. We did not reach back anything that might be coming this direction. We did not reach back and stop it. We said anything in the pipeline, but what we will do is stop anything further purchases. That's what we're trying to do. With that, we'll take questions to anybody else.
Senator Manchin, why would we not think this is not the second coming of the sanctions bill? And based on what you just read from the White House, if that's in fact accurate, where you had bipartisan senators willing to put sanctions into place, ostensibly that was undercut by the White House. Now you're telling us you have a bipartisan piece of legislation here to cut off this importation of oil from Russia. They seem to be undercutting that. Isn't this the second coming of that? And
Well, I'm hoping that they did not understand, as Senator Murkowski just pointed out to you, they haven't seen or haven't read our legislation. We just dropped the bill. So the bill's just dropped now. I'm sure that they are aware of it by now. They have it. The White House has it. They have it by now. Let's see what they do.
But that's the same thing that happened with the sanctions bill. And that's why that backfired.
Well, let me just, the sanction, I'm not going to say that the strategy that was used there, I'm sure Lindsay can speak to it because he's involved on a day-to-day basis. But as I understand that the sanctions, and the reason they were trying to put basically the coalition of NATO. In order to do that, they didn't want to basically get ahead of them. They want everybody on board. Once Russia did what they did in the invasion of Ukraine, then they were able to move. That's what I'm understanding. This is different than that. This is absolutely different.
And think about what has happened since kind of the deal fell apart, where there was supposedly a bipartisan deal, and then the White House comes in and says, no. That was 10 days, 12 days ago. Think about how the world has changed. You've got a unified group of allies, and the world has changed with sanctions out there.
And Chad, to your specific question, I mean, I was one of the negotiators with Jim Risch and a couple others on our side, and this is entirely different. I just read the quote from Nancy Pelosi. I'm all for it. Ban it. I mean, our issue was we didn't have that kind of strong bipartisan support for pre-invasion sanctions, which is what we wanted to do. Would it have made a difference? Nobody can tell you that, but it might have. And now we are where we are. So we got to go forward and I think be more unified and act more quickly. And that's why I love, again, as I said earlier, the fact that we've got the House and the Senate, Republican and Democrat all involved in this. It's a different situation. It has much higher chance of success.
You had your hand up. I'll go there, then Garrett, and then we'll jump right around.
What share of responsibility do Democrats have in this? Gas prices have been high since before Russia invaded Ukraine, and a lot of the policies that President Biden put in place got us there. So at this point, at what point would you push the president to reverse some of these policies, whether it's killing the Keystone Pipeline, banning drilling on federal lands, among other things?
Sound like you're on my staff. We've been pursuing this. We really have. We have to have an all-in energy policy. There's no doubt about it. And I think what we see happening and what has happened in the last 2 weeks is something beyond our belief. We didn't think this would go to this event. We thought it, basically with the might of that military, everyone would have backed down. We've seen the strength of freedom, of peace-loving people with freedom. We've seen that strength. We've not seen that type of backbone for a long time in the world. It's people willing to stand up and put their life on the line. Can you imagine putting your wife and your babies on a train for safety and you're going back in? Or people coming over, or Ukrainians that basically are going over there to fight now? I don't think anyone ever thought that would happen. So we have to rethink. I would hope the administration would. We're going to be talking to them in I think, very civil tone that basically this is a time for America to stand tall. You know, they depend on us. The world depends on us. Energy has been weaponized. We have the ability to basically counter that weapon. We really do. And that's what we're asking for. If we're asking, and I've never seen NATO. I never thought that in all honesty, that Germany would actually pony up to the table for 2% of their GDP for defense. I've never seen Switzerland. I never thought Switzerland would get off the bench. You know, God love them. They're just a peace-loving people. But enough's enough. If you've moved Switzerland off the bench, then we better get off the bench. I can tell you that. And we're going to be moving everything that we had a hearing today, as you know, on the FERC. Some decisions they're making, which we think is very detrimental to us and our ability to produce the energy independence that we need.
If the president were to come before the American public tomorrow and give a speech saying that we in this country need to embrace the role that we can take on as a full energy producer, I think that that would do as much to send the signal to help calm the markets, to help address what we're seeing with the daily prices of fuel at the pump. But right now, the signal from this administration is we're going to keep ours in the ground and we're going to count on it from somewhere else. And now we're realizing we've been counting on Russia to help us with that. That signal needs to be uncrossed.
I can't help myself.
Just too much here.
No, I mean, your question is the right one, and you know, my view, I'm not speaking for everybody here, is this is about replacing Russian oil with American and North American resources that this administration has stifled, let's face it. And it's the executive order on public lands, it's the decision to stop the Keystone. Keystone, by the way, is 820,000 barrels per day. So more than all the Russian oil that has been coming in per day, even at its height at about 700,000. So there's replacement right there. Now, that's decision's been made. We are where we are. But there are things, Senator Manchin's absolutely right, we can do to just get our production back up to where it was. Finally, I've gotten a little heat on this issue from some folks saying that, gosh, that's bad for the environment. Because if you cut off Russian oil, then we've got to produce more here. Are you kidding? Who thinks that the Russian oil is being produced in a more environmentally sound way than American oil? It's
gases that are
they've got methane flares all over the country. You can go online and look at the map of the world and you see the methane coming out of it. It's much dirtier in terms of how they produce it. Then they got to send it here by ship, which creates a lot of CO2. So the notion that somehow this is going to be bad for the environment if we cut off Russian oil, just the opposite. It will lead to fewer emissions and also has obvious national security implications right now during this crisis.
I'll give you an example. We have one pipeline, Mountain Valley Pipeline. If that pipeline's 95% built, they could finish it within 2 to 6 months. That pipeline would deliver 2 billion BCF, billion cubic feet a day, 2 billion cubic feet, to go into the market, to go to basically LNGs, to go to Cove Point, to be sent overseas. Immediately we could do that. So we have the ability to do what needs to be done.
So my question is actually for Senator Murkowski, because I think you were starting to address this in a point you made earlier. This legislation wouldn't take any oil out of the global markets. It's just a ban on U.S. imports of Russian oil. But because of it, energy markets are global. Somebody will buy all those barrels of Russian oil, be it India or China or someone else. So I guess in terms of punishing Putin, how does this do anything to do that other than keep our hands clean of buying his oil?
First of all, I think that there is a moral obligation here. I don't want U.S. dollars to be funding this carnage in Ukraine led by Putin. I think all of us should agree that that is not where we go. Now, it is a global supply out there, but it is not a supply without limitation. Now, we're going to be pushing to do everything that we can to get production up in this country, despite some of the policies that have been put in place that have held us back. Others will likely be trying to do the same. But you can't turn this on a dime. And so in the meantime, you're going to see around the globe pinch points. And what we all need to be doing is making sure that that pinch point is felt most forcefully in Russia, directly to Putin's accounts. So what we can do here in this country, because we are poised to produce more, if just given the right signal, we can help ameliorate the pressure on us. We can help ameliorate the pressure on our allies. But not if we just continue to say, well, we're just going to keep doing what we've been doing and effectively reward Putin. That's wrong.
Let me jump in and say this. First of all, the market's shrinking. There's very few people that are buying Russian products. They're moving away every day. So you mentioned
2 billion people in India and
Hold
China
on, that's fine,
buy it.
that's fine. But that's a smaller market with less cost. He's going to be punished because he will not get the price he's getting. He's now playing the best price in the market. His market has shrunk dramatically, okay? So if you only had one game in town, I know I could only sell to you, you'd be a little bit tougher to deal with. I know that. But with that, we're sending a very strong signal, and we're sending a strong signal to our allies too. We're not disrupting the world distribution.
Is that the missing piece of it? Is this more effective if 20 other countries step forward and say they're doing this?
Countries are stepping forward everywhere humanly possible. They need backfill. We should be able to be that backfill, and that's what we're working on. And there should be the LNG, we're going from 8% up to 13%. We got to get there quickly. We can go further than that if we do. We have oceans of energy. We have to use that. It's a political weapon today. I mean, not a political weapon. Well, political weapon is more a weapon, period. A weapon of war is what he's using it for. And basically Nord Stream.
It is more effective if you have others that jump in. But not everybody else has the ability to do the backfill. And so they're looking to us and saying, what the hell?
Can't you help us?
What are you sitting on your hands?
You know,
and you're
Nord Stream
asking us to keep taking it from Russia? No. They're looking to us and saying, you've got the ability to do more to help all of us. So do it.
Nord Stream
Not
2
just
right
us
now.
saying this.
Nord Stream 2 is charged, okay, ready to go? By the will of the Germans and the will of the Europeans, they shut it down. That shows the resolve they have. Now, someone's got to help them, and as quickly as we possibly can. Let me say, I know we could go on all day long. I'm going to just, hold on one second. I really, and then after we'll do, but I want to say,
Oh, they don't.
one second. I want Brian, basically, we've all heard, and our hearts go out, and I just want everyone to take a moment of thinking about the Ukrainian people, as we sat here today, and the safety we have and the defense of our country. And think about these human beings who basically were thrust in a war zone to where their children are at risk, they're at risk, their way of life's at risk, their homes are gone. Think about that. That changed all in 1 week for you and me. And we had someone out there who's always been our friend. He said, man, I wish my friend come help me. I really wish my friend would come. That's really where they're at. Brian, why don't you, basically in his own native language, in their own native language.
No, it's it's just before 10 o'clock in Kiev. Night has fallen. President Zelensky, Mayor Klitschko, members of the Rada, members of the press are all wearing Kevlar, if they can find it, carrying arms if they have them available. Ukraine's independence is 30 years old. They're a very young country, and we were a very young democracy at one point. Our democracy, as we all know, is 245 years old, and we're the oldest democracy on the planet. And Ukraine and the world are now seeing how hard it is to remain free in an era where evil is rampant across the globe. And for all of our friends in Ukraine, Slava Ukraina, as they say, the rallying cry, glory be to Ukraine. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. That's the right way to end it. Thank you.
Are you confident that you can get 60 votes for this, and what kind of outreach will you do?
Well, I think I've never seen anything more bipartisan support than I've seen for this in a bicameral way.
That quickly.
That quickly, we did it one day, and basically when you have Nancy Pelosi saying this is something she would support. Wait a minute, hold on.
If it means reducing reliance on foreign oil, does that add any urgency in your view to kind of deal with your party on a reconciliation bill that contains a lot of the clean energy tax credits that you said you've been in favor of?
Oh, no, we're willing to talk about anything. The bottom line is the production of fossil fuels right now. I mean, wind and solar is not going to put natural gas over there. And, okay, we have to be realistic what we're trying to do here. The bottom line is we can go from 11 million to 12 million overnight if they just let us. We can build a pipeline in 2 to 6 months that gets 2 billion BCF. We can do that. But the people are fighting to take it to court all the time, and basically the administration needs to step up and help us on that. And absolutely, we have to go forward with our climate solutions. I'm all for that. I've always been all for that. But it's not all in policy. I'm not going to throw one out to win for the other. You need the horsepower to run a country. You need the horsepower to be the superpower of the world and be able to have your allies depend on you. And we haven't been there for that. We've throttled back and never throttled back up. That's all I'm saying. And I'll just say this for my own. I would gladly, if ever was a poll being taken, they said, Joe, would you pay 10 cents more a gallon to support the people of Ukraine and stop basically the support of Russia? I would gladly pay 10 cents more a gallon.
As the Senator mentioned, do you think people will feel that way after they've been told for months by everyone in Congress, inflation is attacked, it's a heavy burden?
Inflation is attacked, this is war.
Will people believe that?
I have to ask them, take a poll.
Okay.
I want to show you finance that pool.
You got.
You guys put the results in that out?
It'll take a few days.
I'd love to see the poll.
Thanks. I'm gonna grab these.
He's
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. The program will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States and Gretchen Carlson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. President Joe Biden, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Today, we are gathered to celebrate the passage of a law that will make our nation's workplaces more safe and more just. Forced arbitration silences survivors of sexual assault and harassment. It shields predators instead of holding them accountable and gives corporations a powerful tool to hide abuse and misconduct. And it compels the people of our nation, and most often the women of our nation, to sign away one of their most fundamental rights, the right to seek justice in court. The legislation the President will sign today will end forced arbitration in all cases of sexual abuse. And almost equally as important, it will apply retroactively. Invalidating every one of these agreements, no matter when they were entered into. And as many of you know, it has been a long road to get to today. I co-sponsored this legislation 5 years ago when I was a senator, and we would not have reached this very moment were it not for a bipartisan group of legislators, many of whom are here today. These leaders, they saw clearly this is not a partisan issue. This is not about Republicans or Democrats. This is about right and wrong. As I think about the future, our administration will work with Congress on broader forced arbitration legislation. And we will do that to also protect the rights of workers in cases of wage theft, racial discrimination, and unfair labor practices. So I will conclude today by thanking all of the people who are here and all that you represent to make this day possible, and in particular, all the survivors and their allies who spoke out and demanded change. Thank you for your courage and your resilience and for your leadership. And now I will welcome to the podium a woman who was instrumental in the passage of this law, Gretchen Carlson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gretchen Carlson. It's such an honor for me to be here today, a culmination of a 5-year journey of hard work and perseverance. An historic day that proves that both parties can come together to get something good done. I can't think of a better way to kick off Women's History Month than by signing a bill that will make the workplace safer for millions of women. Heartfelt gratitude to President Biden, Vice President Harris, Senators Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Durbin, Representatives Bustos, Griffith, Majority Leader Hoyer, Jayapal, Nadler, Buck, and to so many others, and to all of your staffers, some of whom I see here today. I know how hard you worked. And today I'm here on behalf of the millions of American workers who up until today have been voiceless, silenced for simply having the courage to come forward to say something bad happened at work. And in return, they got shunted into the secret chamber of arbitration. I could have never imagined that 5 years ago, after filing my harassment lawsuit against Chairman and CEO of Fox News, Roger Ailes, that this day of real change could actually come. Back then, a dear friend of mine said to me, "You know, Gretchen, something good is going to come of this." And at the time, I didn't quite believe her. But you know what? She was right. Something great has come from my decision to come forward and stand alongside millions of others to say that it's not okay for companies to hide harassment and assault. A lot of good has come from walking the halls of Congress for the last 5 years to see both sides of the aisle and try to encourage them to do what's right. A lot of good will come from this law change that will allow survivors in all sectors to be able to have a choice. And I also believe that this law will have a dual effect. It's going to help companies get on the right side of history and be more transparent. But I believe it's also going to stop the bad behavior, because now everyone will know that women's voices can be heard. So what I found out is that marching in the streets can inspire, hashtags can galvanize, but legislation is the only action that lasts. On behalf of all American workers, I'm grateful to President Biden for making this crucial legislation the law of the land today. And I look forward through my nonprofit Lift Our Voices to continue fighting, as the Vice President said, for other disenfranchised groups in the workplace so they can also seek justice. I often say that I did all of this for my children, and nothing would have been complete without them here today. Kaya and Christian, thank you for your bravery and for allowing your mom to transfer my contagious courage to you. And to my husband, Casey, I know we never planned on this, but thank you for your support. And now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the President of the United States.
Well, Gretchen, thank you. And are they your two children? Stand up so everybody can see you. Who's that guy in front of you? Is that Dad? Just remember, moms you get along with, you can work it out, but dads are hard to raise. Be patient. Okay? Well, look, Gretchen, thank you very much. You know, you went from speaking to millions to speaking for millions and speaking for a movement. You remind us that even a powerful job didn't protect you from having to contend, you're over this side, I'm sorry, for having to contend with so much you had to face. And to all the other courageous survivors, there's 4 here today, would you all stand up? You're the survivors who led to this historic reform. And thank you, thank you, thank you. On behalf of my daughter, my granddaughters, all my family, thank you so very much. Between half and three-quarters of all women report that they have faced some form of sexual harassment in the workplace. And too often, they're denied a voice and a fair chance to do anything about it. Today, we send a clear and strong message that we stand with you for safety, dignity, and for justice. In my State of the Union, I said I disagreed with the notion that we can't work together on important things. Last year, I signed 80 bipartisan bills into law, from preventing government shutdowns to reforming the military justice system, as Kristen knows very well, on a whole range of issues relating to how women are treated. Today, I'm proud to sign another bipartisan bill into law, and I want to thank the many champions of this bill, the Vice President, Representative and old friend Sherry Bustos. Good to see you, Sherry. And Ken Buck, Morgan Griffith, Pamela Jayapal. Where is she? There you are. Good to see you. And Senators Kristen Gillibrand and Lindsey Graham. By the way, Lindsey used to be a really close friend. I'm going to work on it again. And Dick Durbin, and I'm leaving so many people out. But look, for the folks at home, here's what this law is going to do. Time and again, women and sometimes men are forced and faced sexual harassment and assault on the job. And it took that courageous step to reporting when it happened. And some of them, when they did, they found out that reporting harassment behavior triggered a part of an employment contract they had never seen, they didn't even know existed, that they were powerless to change. A mechanism called forced arbitration. Forced arbitration is in court. In fact, forced arbitration prevents survivors from going to court. And under forced arbitration proceedings are conducted in secret, often by arbitrators selected and paid for by the employer. And the outcomes of the arbitration are usually hidden from the public and the employees and coworkers, and they usually can't even, and they can't be appealed or can't be overturned. In some arbitration clauses, you can't even acknowledge that you're bringing the claim. And parenthetically, employers can still forbid people from talking about what happened to them through non-disclosure clauses. And I think that should be changed as well, but that's another day. When it comes to sexual harassment and assault, forced arbitration shielded perpetrators, silenced survivors, enabled employers to sweep episodes of sexual assault and harassment under the rug, and it kept survivors from knowing if others have experienced the same thing in the same workplace at the hands of the same person. And yes, there will be cases where victims want their claims resolved in private, but some survivors will want their day in court. And that should be their choice and nobody else's choice. I know there's discussion in Congress about whether forced arbitration clauses should also be banned for other kinds of employment disputes beyond sexual harassment and assault. I think it's all wrong, and they should be banned. But that doesn't cover it here. Giving the employer absolute power to decide isn't how justice is supposed to work. It should be the choice of the employee about whether they want to go to court or not. I've made clear that my belief that is no worker should have to make a commitment before any dispute has arisen to give their access to justice in the courts when they believe a right has been violated. 60 million American workers are bound by forced arbitration clauses that were included in the fine print of their contracts, and many don't even know that they exist. You might have signed one without knowing it. I strongly believe no worker should have to make such a commitment, and that's why I support legislation in the House of Representatives that's going to consider in the coming weeks that would prohibit mandatory arbitration of all types of employment disputes. But look, today marks an important step in an effort to ban mandatory pre-dispute arbitration clauses that takes the power to choose how to pursue justice away from the worker. And I'm glad that there was a broad bipartisan support and unanimity in the United States Senate that we should never be forced, there should never be a forced arbitration clause for sexual harassment and/or assault. And folks, This is, I think, a momentous day for justice and fairness in the workplace. And for those who experience sexual harassment or assault, you're going to have the right today that you did not have yesterday. And that's good news. And by the way, I'd also argue that it was also good for the employers, as you mentioned. And I think it is good for the employers. If a worker experiences sexual assault or harassment, it's in the employer's best interest to address it. Many times the employer may not know. And to make sure it never happens again, employers can't successfully compete for the best workers if the workplace practices are unsafe and unjust. Employers, it puts you on the right side of the workers. And as Gretchen said, it puts you on the right side of history. And so, on behalf of the workers of today, on behalf of my daughter, on behalf of my granddaughters and grandchildren, and with gratitude for the bravery of so many women who, by speaking out, have made the workplace fairer and safer for others. I'm now going to step over here and sign this bill. And by the way, it's my hope that with the support of all the members of Congress here, I look forward to signing legislation to strengthen and renew the Violence Against Women Act. Which I first wrote and championed 3 decades ago. So folks, it's time to get that passed too. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to walk over and sign this legislation. And invite up.
I can survive it. You're doing good. Congratulations, Mr. President.
All right. Well, usually you have a pen for everybody. I promise you're all going to get one. All right? Now the wall. Okay, make yourself comfortable, everybody.
departing passing at 9-1 will be departing from platform 14. Please make your way to platform 14.
여긴 안 돼요. 나오세요. 이쪽으로 들어가세요.
9시 25분에 포항으로 가는 KTX 4291열차는 해외 국민의 안전한 귀가 지원을 위해 18호차를 전용객실로 운영하여 일반 고객의 승차를 금지하오니 반드시 승차권의 지정된 객실을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 안내 말씀드립니다. 9시 25분에 포항으로 가는 KTX 4291열차는 해외 국민의 안전한 귀가 지원을 위해 18호차를 전용객실로 운영하며 일반 고객의 승차를 금지하오니 반드시 승차권의 지정된 객실을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. Therefore, passengers cannot move between cars 8 and 11.
우리가 들어가면 안 될 것 같은데? 상관이라고.
아무 데나 뭐, 네.